All right, everybody. Sorry, real quick. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. How's everybody doing tonight? Hail and welcome. If you're watching, say hello. Hey, what's up? We got there Kristen Velasco. Hail and welcome. The first commenter in the live chat. Unknown Survivor. Hey, man. Haven't seen you in a while or heard from you in a while. Still in Australia, as I recall, right? So it's great to see you. Great to see everyone starting to catch up. We're constantly climbing in the live viewer. So hail and welcome, everybody. Santiago Ramos. What's up? Hail and welcome. So it is Friday night here in the States, probably Saturday afternoon in other parts of the world, especially if you're like Unknown Survivor over in the Australian Southern Hemisphere region of the world. Go ahead and comment down below in the live chat where you're checking in from. Hey, Janet King, one of my longtime Patreon supporters, so appreciate you checking in and watching here, Janet. Saturday morning, Unknown Survivor, Saturday morning, right? So, yeah. Okay, I had my hours and stuff confused. We have another person that checks in here frequently, another Patreon supporter who is in New Zealand, which is really exciting. So love to see everybody tuning in and checking in. So hail and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the live chat tonight. It's a Heathen discussion night or day, morning, wherever you are. Heathen discussion here in Midgard Musings. So hope you're all doing well. If you aren't aware, this channel is vastly approaching 3,000 subscribers. So if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel. Be sure to also check the live chat for some things that I might be posting here and there for ways that you can help support Midgard Musings. There is a Linktree link that's going to be posted periodically. There's also the PayPal for donations. And you also have the option, if you so choose, to use Super Chat now, because I've got that capabilities turned on here for the channel. So if you want to help support the channel monetarily and you feel like donating, you can do so through Super Chat, through super emoji. Sorry for shaking. I'll keep touching the desk. I'm going to try not to do that too much to keep you guys from shaking, rattling, and rolling. But yeah, if you don't want to do the Super Chat thing, there's always PayPal, and then the Linktree that I just posted. Those will be things that get shared here throughout the night or day. Santiago's in California. Bit of a topic, if interested, being a heathen and dealing with forced solitude, for example, being one of the hated ones. That's coming from Unknown Survivor. So it's a great question or a great topic of discussion, Unknown Survivor, and we're happy to discuss it because I think there's a lot of folks, I'm sure like you perhaps, that are in areas or places that are a bit isolated, and they are only able to observe their heathen practices through in solitary means. So hey Travis, thank you for the Super Chat donation. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's great to see you here, so thank you for joining. What's up, Mariah? Is it Mariah Trujillo? Hope I said that right. So hail and welcome. So as people start coming in, I'm going to acknowledge anybody that wants a shout out through Super Chat. Feel free to do so, but I will definitely try to keep up as more people start tuning in. Definitely try to keep up with the chats. So to Unknown Survivors discussion, topic of discussion. So being a heathen and dealing with forced solitude. Now, I'm not sure if your forced solitude that you're talking about is due to the geographics and logistics of things of where you are, or if you've kind of been forced into that by other means, which could potentially be a differing of opinions or differing of views from the people in your respective area. But heathenry is I feel at least that it thrives best at the tribal level, at the grassroots tribal level. This is traditionally at least a religion of based on tribal society, you know. So when you are solitary and you practice by yourself and you don't have others to practice with, you are missing out on some of the key fundamentals of a heathen worldview. For instance, things of like frith, time weird, you know, bloat, stumble, things that are and have to be experienced in their fullest with a group or with a collective. So it can be very challenging and it can be very disheartening at times, I think, you know, because you feel like you're all alone. Travis says he's been attacked, or Travis has been attacked several times by people over religion, and I've honestly just gotten used to being the hated one. Last week, I had a lady throw a Bible at you. That's pretty extreme. Don't mean to laugh, but I've never had anything thrown at me, and I come from a family with very strong Christian background fundamentals. So, what's up? There's Snake says, "Hey Jay." Well, hey Snake, thanks for joining. Nimki Bear, greetings from Canada, from the Great White North, as I recall. So, thanks for checking in. Hello, Austin Caldwell, watching from Kentucky. And Wyatt Coverdale. Hello, Wyatt. Good to see you, my friend. Dean, it's not a religion, it's a way of life. Yeah. So look, I may use that term religion, and I use it very loosely, right? Because I will quite often use the term religion or spirituality or a faith way, you know, somewhat interchangeably. You know, so when I say religion, I don't mean it in like the organized religion sense. I'm talking about there's a difference between, you know, religion and spirituality. I'll sometimes use those terms interchangeably, but you know, when you get into like the meat and potatoes, some of the bit more advanced stuff of heathenry, you know, the religious side of things tends to focus more on the gods and the goddesses, the things of the sacred, whereas the spirituality tends to delve into more of the things that you have tied, or the ways that you interact with, you know, your ancestors, the Vatir of the land and the home, all that kind of stuff. So there's some nuances there that, you know, I kind of separate between. But when I say religion or spirituality, it is a way of life. It's a practice, right? And it's something that we are always working on and practicing day in and day out. Handled Jehovah's Witnesses, a Havamal before. It's interesting. I want to talk a bit about the fact that we encounter, and it's a great topic of discussion, I think, for Unknown Survivor to bring up, and it's the fact that, you know, we deal with, as he was mentioning, and as some other folks here have mentioned, you know, being hated or being hated. That thing kind of comes from people who don't understand, they don't get it, and they think that we're doing it wrong. Or that we're doing it in a way that's going to, you know, our souls are going to perish. So their intent, right, is to try and, quote, save us, you know, protect us from our demise and save us from an eternity of eternal damnation and all that kind of mess. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that because I've had some encounters more or less recently from my recent trip to New York to visit my family that really kind of put things in perspective. I actually did a video about this recently. So yeah. Hey, let's see here. I was just reading some of the comments, getting caught up on the survivors. I prefer the books what I got, and get total silence even when surrounded by people. At least the book being thrown, you were acknowledged in some sort of way. I mean, yeah, right. Like it's an acknowledgement of sorts, even if it's an acknowledgement of hatred or you know, negativity, right? Everything is about intent. Sure, they had the best of intentions, even though their approach was done the wrong way. Putting things in boxes makes it far more complicated. Path that is tailored to the individual. Mariah, I think yes and no. Okay, and I'm just going to elaborate a little bit on why I say yes and no. Tailored to the individual, yes. In the sense of your UPG, the things that are unverified personal gnosis, your experiences, things that you encounter, whether it be, you know, divinatory work or other spiritual encounters, things that you've felt, things that you've seen, things that you've witnessed, whatever. that is very much focused on it's your individual or that person's individual approach to things, and how you build your spirituality is going to be tailored around your individual experiences. However, when I say yes and no, the no part of what I'm saying is that there are certain things that just inherently work for heathenry. And by that I mean our ancient ancestors in the Germanic societies knew what worked, that made society work, and there were things, and there were ethics, and there were laws, and there were morals that society was able to understand, that worked, that made a society function well. And it was a society. Any one individual could be that kink in the chain. It could be that, and I think this goes for a lot of different populations or societies, if you will, not necessarily Germanic societies, but if there was a kink in the chain, if there were things that were messed up or damaged, that one person could throw the whole thing off, and that could damage the luck of the overall collective. And when we say luck, we're talking about that it's not like good luck or bad luck. Luck just is. Luck is luck. So what you get out of what you put into it is basically kind of what I'm trying to say, right? What you put out, you get back. Exactly. Good for good, like Dean just said. So you kind of are following. So Travis says, so Snaked said that they appreciated the addition or the suggestion, whatever, giving of the Havamal. They'll probably find a lot of things contained in that poem that, morally speaking, ethically speaking, will fall in line with a lot of their Christian values, I think. So you never know. They could look at it and take away something good from it. Travis says, in my experience, most people who have gotten aggressive with you have done so because of their concept of hell and belief that paganism in all forms is devil worship, and people are scared of what they don't understand. That is also true. People react rashly out of fear or misunderstanding and a reluctance to want to understand. They'll be so tied up with what they think they know is right that they are just flat out not willing to consider any other way. And I've experienced that, maybe not quite to the extent of the violent level that others have. But again, like I said, I grew up and was raised in Christianity. And then I broke off from that after 20 some odd years and followed this and became pagan. And so you can imagine the amount of waves that created and the ripples in the pond that inherently just came about. White says that he would say that heathenry is a mix of religion and spirituality. Yes, I would agree with that. Religion follows a set of rules. Spirituality is a practice. There are very few rules in heathenry, but they are definitely there. And yeah, like when we say rules, we're not talking about like if you don't do this, you're a bad heathen, or if you do this, you're a better heathen, or if you the things that you do that are rooted in tradition, that have worked for centuries. You're just building on that orlog, right? You're just building on the things that have been laid down in the well that have just worked, and it's gotten the gods' attention, or the gods have been able to stay connected with people through those practices. So it's like, why mess with a good thing, right? Sure, there's ways, and there are things now in modern times that we maybe can't do so easily or readily, and just flat out won't do, just because we're in modern times. However, the fundamentals, when I'm talking about like the building and the maintaining of frith, maintaining and practicing such rituals as blot and sumbel, these very fundamental traditions that are a part of heathenry at its core, is important to maintain the integrity of the threads that have been tied in weird throughout the centuries. We are our deeds. Mariah, I if anybody here who's not been a subscriber to the channel for any length of time, or hasn't tuned in, I think most people here have, to what I've mentioned this we are our deeds a lot. And it's mentioning, or it's referencing, a phrase that is a title of a book that I actually own. It's up on my bookshelf, and it's by Eric Wodening. For anyone who's interested, if you just search "We Are Our Deeds," don't go to Amazon to get it because you're going to be absolutely taken advantage of with the prices. So search for "We Are Our Deeds" by Eric Wodening, but go and search for that book and get it off of Lulu, and that's Lulu. I think the last time I checked, that book there is in paperback. It's about $17. It's about as wide as the width of the depth of my hand right here. So it's not a very long read. It's not very tedious in terms of the thickness of the book or whatever. But it goes into the morals and ethics and worldview of ancient Germanic society. Really is going to help you, especially as new heathens, developing your own worldview and understanding what ancient Germanic society, how they, the things that they understood, phrases, words, things, the etymology of things. It might, some people might look at it and get kind of lost in it because of the constant references to old, archaic languages. We're talking things of Proto-Germanic roots, things that aren't spoken anymore, but that helped formulate and create our language now in modern times, and other languages, other Germanic languages, not just English. But I think it's a very critical and very important addition to any heathen's library. So I definitely recommend it. And you can find it for a pretty affordable price on Lulu. So check it out. Hail from Lansing, Dean. And so Kristen's in Lansing, and it looks like you're up in the UP there, Dean. Travis, Santiago's experienced, to explain what we believe in structure is structure and chaos. Yeah, so it's order versus chaos, right? Everything about the myths, right? The Aesir and the Vanir and their constant conflict with the Jotnar. So the Jotun being elements of chaos, and the Aesir and the Vanir gods being the forces of order, and that constant struggle between order, maintaining order, and chaos seeking to destroy it. So yes, I would definitely agree with that. And that constant balance, making sure that things are kept in balance. Dean agreed. You are what you put out. Interesting. Unknown Survivor says, I do not believe what you put out, you get back. I have experienced that most take what you offer and spit on you when you don't look. Now, so the thing you have to be careful about, though, Unknown Survivor, is so it's a fine line, and it's it's not to say that you just shoot out all your good energy into the universe and then you expect it all to come back, and if it's all good, then all good's going to come back to me. No. It has to be focused, and that is what gets back to some of the fundamentals of how society worked. One of the biggest things that the Germanic societies at the time knew and understood as being a valuable and important part of how a society could successfully function is with the gifting cycle. And we see this through bloat, and we see this in some of our spiritual practices and rituals that we perform. The gifting cycle is extremely important. A gift for a gift. You don't give too much, you don't give not enough. But that gifting cycle is important because what it does is it maintains the integrity of the web, and it strengthens those ties. If somebody else who's not a part of that gifting cycle is just going to take, then you stop. You cut that part out of your life, and you stop gifting to that person. So being all, what you put out into the universe, what you like, that can be a bit new agey kind of Wicca approach. What you get out, you put back. But it has some validity to heathenry, right? You have to take it into context. If I were to give a gift to somebody in my tribe or within my heathen community, and they understood and they were aware of the importance of maintaining frith and not disturbing the gifting cycle, they would know that once I gift to them, they are now obligated to gift back to me. And then once that happens back to me, I am once again obligated to gift to them. And the funny thing is that this word obligation that we hear talked about so much in heathenry is there's no negative connotations to that. A lot of times I think in modern approaches or in modern uses of the word, people think, well, if I'm obligated to something, it's because I owe somebody something and that I've done something wrong and now I'm obligated to pay them back. No, for us as heathens, obligation is good and it's important because it keeps our luck strong and it keeps the things that we're doing to maintain our, integrity, good gefrain, all this kind of stuff is important in the gifting cycle is one of the ways that we do that. So again, be careful of just who you do things for. Don't be all kind of like willy-nilly about it. Gabo, like, yeah, exactly. Kristen says Gabo, which is the gift, right? I have my runes here, so if while we're talking about it, I'm sure everyone here knows what Gabo is because obviously Kristen's mentioned it, but it is a rune, Gabo. There's these old Germanic words that the names of the runes, but Gabo just quite simply just looks like this. It just looks like an X. With X for exchange, right? It's X marks the spot. It's the equal exchange of gifting, and it's very important in heathenry. So good stuff. From Bath, Michigan. Hello, Carlson. Hadn't said hello to you yet, so welcome, and hail and welcome to the live chat. Since you're just joining, let me go ahead and just post a couple things down in the live chat, especially for anybody who's just joining, like Carl. You're going to see the Linktree link for all the ways. It's kind of a one-stop shop for ways that you can check out and support Midgard Musings. All my links are there, but specifically if you want to help donate to the channel, you can do so in two ways. You can either click on the PayPal link that's just been posted in the live chat, or you also have the super chat option that you can donate monetarily to the channel here as well if you so choose. So be sure to check out all those ways, and comment in the live chat what you want to talk about. This is Heathen Discussion Night or Day for folks like Unknown Survivor over there in Australia, where it is currently Saturday morning. So did I see that big thing that you were working on, Wyatt? Are you talking about the craft? Was it I've seen something that you've been kind of reading from or talking about on your channel, which is really cool. So everybody that's been watching my stuff, if you're not familiar, Wyatt Coverdale here in the live chat, young guy up in New York, I think the northwestern part of New York. Really fun to have him here because he's been very active and talking and stuff on the channel. Almost every single video, been on a lot of the live streams. He recently won a rune set and some other things through one of my last live streams. And he's got some pretty cool stuff up on his channel. So go ahead and check him out and support him. Give him a subscribe. Support him in that way. Definitely do that. Odin lives. Yep, exactly. Nipke Bear tend to continue forward and rarely explain. Surprisingly, no one seems to want to question a bear. Who'd have thought, right? So I mentioned earlier, hey, John Watkins, hello, hail. Let me just acknowledge you here. Just recently heard of the channel and practice with your runes, and also do seek to further an understanding too. And you're from Oklahoma. Well, hail and welcome from Oklahoma, John Watkins. Thanks for tuning into the live chat. Glad that you could make it. If you haven't yet, please do subscribe to the channel. If you're here, I'm hoping that is the case. But if you haven't, costs you nothing. Feel free to do so. Hey, there's Christina, and there's Matthew Petrie. Matt Petrie from Odin's Beard Woodworking, guys and gals. Definitely subscribe to Matt's channel. He's got stuff that he's putting out there, starting to put content out on his channel recently. But he does Odin's Beard Woodworking and Ears Embrace over on Facebook. So definitely check those out. And of course, Odin's Beard Woodworking is his livelihood. So odinsbeardwoodworking.com for wood carvings of the gods and goddesses of Norse myth. So it's great to see you and all 16 live viewers here right now on this Friday night or Saturday morning live stream. I mentioned earlier as we were talking about this stuff, if any of you saw my most recent video that just went up last week or earlier this week, rather, on the trip that I went, made up to visit my family in New York. I felt like, with what Unknown Survivor was talking about earlier with, being a solitary practitioner, and then some of the comments and stuff that came through about, how we can face some hostility or feel like we're hated, and that people treat us as heathens in ways that are, just downright wrong. I kind of, like I mentioned, I do come from a family that has strong Christian values and background, and I, up to this point, have faced some very difficult trips, difficult conversations, difficult visits, because I am what I am and I do what I do, and I'm not trying to be swayed or convinced to do anything different. And so when those conversations come about and people start asking and I start answering, I always felt like it was like I could say anything, and it was always going to be met with, well, here's why you shouldn't be doing it. Here's what you should be doing instead. Here's where you're wrong. Da 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 da. And so I finally, at one point, I was just like, you know what? Let's just stop. Let's just forget about it. Let's stop talking. I don't want to, because I had my reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I have my reasons why I came to this path. And there are some things that I won't get into, like the specifics of, but it had, some personal issues, some things that I encountered or experienced from my, family back in New York, and some of the people that I grew up with, that I was just like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. And it's not something that I want to be around. But this past trip was very different. It was a lot of the same folks that I had, kind of iffy dealings with in the past, were much more welcoming and much more, I want to say understanding or open to listen, but they were not to the extent of like shutting it down or shutting me down and wanting to try and like convert or change me in any way. So there was a lot of deeds done. There was a lot of works being done while we were in New York between myself and my mother, my uncle, and some of the other people who I grew up with over the years living in New York. Tied a lot of weird, added a lot of good to the well. And that was despite the fact that I'm a pagan and they are Christian. The religious values, the religious side of things was put aside, and we just did what we had to do. We put our differences aside, and we just went to work. So I did mention in my video, that I hope that can be something that is a attainable goal for everybody, because, I don't think anybody wants to have that, level of like animosity between families and friends and stuff like that. Nobody wants to be hated. You know what I mean? Everybody just wants to be able to do what they do and not get any shit for it. Excuse my language, but usually don't cuss on the channel, so I apologize for that. But it's, nobody wants to be given any grief for their spirituality and the way they live their lives. But unfortunately, that can't always be the case, and it just is what it is. The Tyr rune is for victory, Snaked. And Wyatt says victory, justice, war, the god Tyr, truth and justice, warrior sacrifice, victory. Yeah. Yep. That is quite often what the Tiwaz rune is called. Looks like that. So it's two, or Tyr. Two is the Old English name for what became Tyr. So it's where we get our day of the week. Tuesday is Tews, the god Tyr. Tyr's Day, Tuesday, and it is associated with Tyr, as everyone said. So nothing really much to go into further detail with that, but yep, that's definitely a rune that is very closely associated with him. So Unknown Survivor's back. He says it can be quite confusing at times, and all you know is ran far from you when you started walking your path. Tried to explain, but no one cared enough to hear, and I don't regret this path. It feels right inside. And then, like I said, man, unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes. You can't force people to understand the same things you understand. We can't force that on people. If they ask and they want to know, we can certainly do our best to educate and provide, correct information, and information that is, I think a lot of what people get mixed up in is preconceived notions, right? Things that they think based off of their own ideas or maybe their own research, right? Like maybe they look certain things up online and they find, the big articles that get the most views, and oh man, this is some wacky stuff, man, and I can't believe my friend or brother or son or nephew or whoever's involved with this stuff, this ancient paganism and whatever. It seems like pretty scary stuff. Or there's that, or there could also be the unfortunate negativity that gets and like you got a lot of these bigoted and racist people that just like try to take these symbols and things that are closely associated to paganism and bastardize them, and claim them for their own when they have no business doing so. So you got that part of things, which is unfortunate, and that's a constant battle and a constant fight. So it's not an easy path to walk, especially when you have so much opposition around you, and people just sometimes just don't want to hear it, right? They just don't want to hear it. They have no interest. They've got their mind set, and that's it. You can't change their mind. You're not going to change their mind. So you got to just do what you do, right? You just keep trucking, and as long as you're staying true to yourself, as long as you're doing it for the reasons that you feel are right and that what makes sense to you. And like you said, if it feels right inside, then you're on the right path for you. Don't be discouraged. Trust me, guys. Like I've been in, relatively, for like the last 5, almost 6 years that I've been pagan, out of the 20s, nearly 22, almost 22 years that I was, brought up in a Christian. So, I had to like change 2 decades worth of worldview and doctrine and things that I thought were right. And it was like, now all of a sudden I'm flipping the opposite end of the spectrum. And it was a huge step, and it still is. There's still some things that when I'm talking to my family and they say certain things that it triggers certain responses in my mind. And but over time and the more I devote myself to my spirituality and what I'm doing, the more I'm convinced that where I am and what I'm doing is where I should be. So great support from Mariah, so thank you for that. Yeah, some of the family that doesn't really look in. So we have a lot in common. A lot of folks here that understand what I'm talking about, right? And that's what I think. That's where a lot of the folks that watch my stuff and that join me on these live streams and that share my videos and comment all the time. It's very relatable. Paganism and heathenry has seen a surge of popularity, probably mostly due to the things like Vikings and the Last Kingdom or this new. Now you got the God of War game that came out, God of War 4 that came out was a couple years ago or year or two ago, and then you got now Valhalla, the Assassin's Creed game, and it's like so it's everything that's coming through in pop culture is like keeping it at the top and maintaining that relevancy. So people are seeing all these various things, these aesthetics, right? And they're like, oh, I want to know about that. I want to check into that. And that can be a double-edged sword because there's parts of it that if you do your research and you find that it's thing for you to do, that you're gonna find that everything about those things that I just mentioned is purely for entertainment. There are maybe some very subtle things about the TV shows and the video games that hold some sort of, weight, that carry some sort of weight in actual heathen practices. But for the most part, it's just to look cool and to, make money and, sell units. So, but that's the thing about it is because that's the aesthetic and because that's what's so popular now and it keeps maintaining that popularity, there's going to be a lot of newcomers to this, and there's going to be a lot of people that get into this and think a certain thing, and then other people who see what that person's getting into and think a certain thing because of all the other stuff. You know, it's like they see Vikings or the Last Kingdom or whatever, or even Norsemen, which I think, to be funny, you know, to be quite frank and funny enough, that Netflix series Norsemen, there's a whole lot more that went into that I was watching, that I felt was more focused on historical accuracy than the rest of the stuff. And it's funny, you know what I mean? Like there's comedy, but yet there are things that are contained in those shows that are nods to actual historical accurate type stuff. So you got to pick and choose. You got to be kind of, you know, careful there. Got a new, what's up here? We got, who's that? TTV, the BMW Clinic. So welcome to the show. Welcome to this live stream. If you haven't checked out the links that I mentioned up here earlier, let me just go ahead and post them in the live chat for you again real quick. I've got my link tree, all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings. It's a one-stop shop. So please be sure to subscribe, and then check out the link tree link there. Also, if you want to donate monetarily to the channel and you want to send anything to the PayPal, that's right there. You've also got the super chat feature, or super emojis, whatever it's called. It's all right there. So check that out. So TTV says that's the same for you, and you understand exactly what you're saying. Grew up in a Lutheran private school and didn't find the true path for you until you joined the military, and your grandpa was the one that introduced you to it. So that's important too, you know, guys. I think that it's I think there's value to understanding, like, don't push religion and don't push, you know, spirituality on people too early or too young in life. Thank you, Mariah. Hey, Maria Fury from New Zealand with the live or with the super chat donation. Thank you, Maria, and welcome. So now we've got 2 international live viewers that I know of. At least we got Unknown Survivor in Australia and Maria checking in from New Zealand. So it's great to have a house full of folks all over Midgard. But yeah, you know, TTV, like you said, you know, being raised in certain things that can set a very poor, you know, like, I don't regret being raised the way I was raised and being taught the things I was taught. I learned a lot of good, you know, morals and ethics and things like that you don't have to be Christian to believe or follow. But the problem is that that's not always the case. A lot of folks will bring their children up in a certain path because that's what their parents did, and that's what their parents' parents did. And so let's maintain the truth. Teach your kids to be good and decent people, right? And let the spirituality and religion come later on when they can actually think for themselves and decide, what do I want to do? What do I want to be? How do I want to live? Yeah, checking in from the Shire, right, Travis? Good old Hobbiton. Bag End, or shoot, what are some of the others? Speaking of the Shire, speaking of you know, the Tolkien universe, let's break away from some of the meat and potatoes. Let's get a little to some fun stuff. I've talked about this thing before. I'm about to show you here after I take a sip of my scotch and a hit from my vape. I'm going to show you guys and gals something here that I've been working on. I haven't worked on in months, but that I started last year, and I have yet to finish it and complete it. But once we do, I think all you Tolkien fans out here are going to flip. So let me show you guys this thing here. Maybe you've seen it. It really depends on how long you've been subscribed to the channel, how long you've been watching my stuff. So, big box here, right? Big box. Got to clean up some of this junk on the bottom of it. But I haven't touched this or worked on this in quite some time. But it's a wood burning project that I've been working on. But so for all the Tolkien fans, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and all that, what do you guys think of this? It may be mirrored. If it is, can you tell what it says? Maybe can, maybe can't, because it looks mirrored in my view. But if it's not in yours, Let me know if you know what that is. And then take a guess at what's inside of it, because there's things inside. All right. Wyatt Coverdale with comments says, the more you follow Odin, the more you started noticing the runes being everywhere. I'm guessing they are signs what will happen or something. John Watkins, it's not mirrored. So cool. Yes, Wyatt, you're absolutely right. I felt the same thing, or I've noticed the same thing. You know, sometimes I'll be standing in line at a store, or I'll be walking outside or something, look in the trees, look at a sign or something when they're driving somewhere, and I'll see something that stands out to me, and it's like, ooh, I know what that is. I know what that symbol means to me or whatever. And so the runes are very esoteric, you know what I mean? So what you guys would know what this means? You know what this says? Let's see, that's just the real Tolkien fans out there. What we got? What does that box say? And then I will share with you what's in it. Hope everyone's doing well. Saturday morning or afternoon now at this point. For the folks down in the Southern Hemisphere in Hobbiton, New Zealand. Kristen's Velasco is relatively new heathen, so I'll apologize if the question is too personal. Everyone's relationship with the gods is different. Have you ever connected with the gods through music? Kristen, that's a great question, and I thank you for asking. I think that I mean, me personally, in terms of like not just the gods, but my spirituality, my spiritual work, my individual, what I call my individual cultic practices, the things that I do, you know, in my own hearth, in my own home. Music is a very important part of it. You know, so even if it's just a rhythm, even if it's just the beating of a drum or something, you know, traditionally speaking, you know, you've got Galder, which is the, you know, kind of the rhythmic drumming to get you into kind of that rhythm. You Galder the runes, you chant the runes. So music and rhythm and all that kind of stuff, it helps you get into that, you know, heightened sense of awareness, that altered state of mind, so to speak. And so yes, I connect with the sacred, or even the holy, things of the holy, you know, not just the gods, but the Vatir of the home and the land, through music quite often. So yeah, it's definitely important for me. Like to listen to Simple Man with Thor. Heck yeah. You know, any kind of music, really, whatever gets your heart, you know, into what you're doing, whatever gets you kind of into that frame of mind, I think is worth following. The icicles are Issa. The sticks on the ground could spell something out. It's insane. No, you know, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's, you know, it is everywhere. The more you're aware of things, the more you delve into things, the more you work with these things, you know what I mean? The more you handle them, the more you touch them, the more you're interacting with them, the more you know, the runes are alive, man. You know what I mean? They are. They definitely are. Heilung, yes. Dunheim, Wardruna, bunch of others. Matter of fact, you for those that don't know, like all of my like published content now, I'll usually have like music in the background. It's kind of like just a, you know, not like a droning sound, but like, you know, just something playing in the background of all my regular videos. And that's Dunheim that you hear playing. So all of my videos, minus the live streams, of course, are going to have Dunheim playing sort of in the background. So yeah, love them all. A lot of us do, right, Travis? Use music in some way or another, sometimes even without realizing it. And music speaks to us in ways that just words can't, you know. I don't even have to understand, you know, the words being spoken, like all of the Proto-Germanic languages that Heilung uses, or the Old Norse that Wardruna uses, or even Dunheim, you know. which might just be rhythm and music, just instruments, no lyrics, anything. But even the lyrics that might be spoken that I don't necessarily understand the words to, I can still, it speaks to me, and music speaks to us. Music is the universal language, right? It transcends spoken word, and it speaks to us deeper. So music is definitely a very important part for me. Yeah, Skull is the other one too, Mariah. Glad you called them out. Love Skull as well. You get some weird looks when you're driving around blasting Dunheim. Well, I go to the gym, or when I it's been a while. I had a back or shoulder injury that kind of kept me out of there for a while. Got back in, but whenever I did go to the gym, I got my earbuds in and stuff. I've usually got Dunheim radio or Heilung radio or something of those types of songs and music and stuff playing for my workouts as well, and it just gets me in a zone, right? And I kind of almost like I'm aware of what's going on around me, but I get like so into what I'm doing, and I probably get some weird looks too, and I just don't care or pay attention to any extent. But yeah. Oh wow, cool. Yggdrasil by Dunheim is your daughter's bedtime lullaby. That's awesome. Love it. The ultimate mood booster. You're absolutely right. Mariah says her neighbors listen to good music whether they like it or not. I like that. Reminds me of that funny, that meme that I've seen circulated around. It's like a conversation of a text. It's like, hey, this is your neighbor. Can you please turn down that god awful, screaming black metal music? And the neighbor is like, oh, I'm sorry, if I turn it down, you're going to hear the goat screaming, or something along those lines. So it's like, pick your poison. Which one do you want? Yeah, there's like one song by Heilung, John, that it's the can't remember the name of it, but it's literally them saying the entire runic alphabet. The Elder Futhark, back to forward. So it's kind of almost like singing the ABCs, A, B, C, D, but they're singing the whole entire they go on and go on, and I love it. And that's just the whole entire song. They just repeat the names of and then Donheim has one too, Runetal, but they're doing the younger Futhark. And there's a reciting of one of the stanzas from the Havamal, and they're reciting the younger Futhark. Love that one too. Yeah, why? Like you said, even in Christianity, you can find the runes, Roman Catholic symbols for protection, Gabo and Winyo combined, the gift of joy. So it's interesting you say that. And I was reading today about some of the rune poems. So you have the Norwegian rune poems, you have the Icelandic, you have the Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo-Saxon rune poem, if you read it, a lot of Christianity undertones and things tied into that one. So it's everywhere. It's all over the place. Hey, Will Underwood, welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining. Not sure if you've been present on the live chats before, or present here for the any of the videos. So if you haven't subscribed, please feel free to do so and check out the links that I'm going to be posting. And if you want to donate to the channel, the link tree that I just posted is like a one-stop shop for everything that you can check out that support, ways to support Midgard Musings, to become a Patreon supporter, donate to PayPal, which I'm going to load up in the chat right now, merchandise, Facebook, the whole bit. And then, of course, if you also want to and you want to donate to the channel through the super chat, you can go ahead as well. But Will Underwood is... he says that his forefathers, pagan, Forefather is a pagan metal band that focuses on Anglo-Saxon history. Yeah, I think I've heard of them. Haven't heard their stuff in a while, but I have heard them. So good call out on that. Name of the first song. Yeah. Shoot. Let me look it up. What did I say it was? Heilung. It's spelled Heithen. It's H-E-I. Okay. So it is called In Maidjan. Maidjan is the name of it. So if you just look up, Google Heilung Rune Song, that's the name of it. So yeah, appreciate that, Will. Thanks for calling out Forefather. Yeah, shorthand for Christ, like Will just said, the Gabo and Winyo symbol. Matthias, what's up? Says, hey, yo, glad to see your channel has grown since I've last been here. How have I been? I've been good. Thanks for tuning in and joining the live stream. It is growing almost every day. You probably just saw the links I posted and the super chat that's enabled. So any way that you want to support, of course, subscribing, sharing the videos, all that kind of stuff is what does the channel the most good. All the other stuff is just extra and appreciated. So the more people we get watching, the more people we get interacting, the better. So TTV says, maybe it's just you, but when you try to turn on bell notifications, it says notifications turned off on content for kids. So that is probably due to the whole COPPA thing that YouTube recently, within like the last 6 months or so, like around the beginning of the year, they had to change their policy for viewers under the age of certain ages. So that's why my videos are marked as not for kids, even though this is a family-friendly type environment. I'm not going to be spouting off obscenities. Not going to be anything sort of, graphic or anything like that. It's educational. It's open for discussion for anybody and everybody. No bigotry, no hate, that sort of stuff. But to monetize and things of that nature, to get my channel to grow, that's just how it's classified. So if your channel, if how you're viewing and how you're watching, if your account is set up a certain way, then maybe the bell notifications thing is disabled for whatever reason. Unfortunately, that's just the way YouTube's got it set up. So I do appreciate you being here, though, joining us and talking and hopefully learning, all learning together. So Wyatt says that the incense that we gave, so the rune set that we sent to Wyatt that he won from the last live stream also included some incense. It says the incense we gave him is crazy, and I don't think white sage and cinnamon is psychedelic, but it may as well be. Well, I've not heard of those things having any sort of hallucinogenic or psychedelic properties, but I also didn't know that frankincense has some minor hallucinogenic properties to it. And then if you get the pure oils and stuff and inhale it, then it can get you kind of very, not like tripping bad or whatever, but it can give you a sense of altered state of awareness. So could be, I don't know. Well, thanks, Travis, for toggling, making sure. Yes, John. So John Wallace says, is the song in Maiden? Maiden, I don't know the pronunciations. Maijdan, something like that. But yes, John, that's the song. No Blood Eagles. Did have a question about the videos, TTV. Please ask away. I will definitely get to it as we get through some of the comments. Oh, find you the wired box that your woman wants, Ninky Bear. Yeah, so thank you for reminding me, and I'm very sorry that did totally slip my mind. So as we were looking for stuff, and then the whole COVID thing hit, and then stores started shutting down, and unfortunately I hadn't been able to find like the size box of what you were looking for. Because as I recall, you might can hit me up separately, either on the Midgard Musings page or on Facebook, because I know we're connected there. It's been weird, crafting certain things and getting materials here lately. It's been very difficult. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to get exactly what you were looking for, but we might could, if I can talk to you and get a little bit better sense of what it is we're trying to find, we could find something maybe close. I don't know. It's going to be a best effort at this point, until things get some sort of sense of normalcy, normality. I don't know. So TTV says, haven't made it through all of my videos. I know that you said you don't believe people will go to Valhalla. Do you believe Freya still selects her chosen to join her? Good question. So my view of the afterlife, it's a very complex thing, and it's I think the names like Valhall and Folkvogner and stuff like that, the names that we hear about spoken in the lore, I think if you look at some of like the sagas and some of the more like historical texts that have a bit more historical backing more than just myth, you're going to tend to see a bit of a pattern of the way the afterlife was looked at, or the conceptions of the afterlife were not as like, well, if this person does this, they're going to go here. If that person does that, they're going to go there. I even think that in Grimnismal and some of the other even poems from the Poetic Edda, even Valhall is referenced as somewhere where kings go, even not after having been slain in battle, just from having had a good battle or something like that. It was, so I think the whole like going there as a fallen warrior and how things got mixed up or lost in translation when it comes to the compound word Valhalla. I've done videos about Valhalla, and then since then I've learned some other things as well that maybe shift my ideas a little bit differently. But basically, the way I look at it is that the afterlife is our soul, our soul complex, the parts of ourselves that make us who we are. There's various parts of us, and there are parts of us that go into the mound with our ancestors, and there are parts of us that stay in the profane, that exist through the philia and through the hamingya and through some of these other parts of self that don't have any place outside of here, as far as like in the profane. So does Freya still have her pick of the litter, so to speak, the fallen slain? I'm still kind of figuring things out as far as where I sit as far as that thing goes. So like I don't think we're in times right now where it's the dead warriors are picked by the Valkyrie, and Freya gets first choice and then Odin gets the second half. And I don't know. I don't perceive things in that way anymore. I'm not in a warband cult either. I'm not in a warrior cult. I'm not in the warband culture was a thing, in Germanic societies, and it was a very specific thing, and that's where the whole like Valhalla and the fallen slain and the eternal battles and all this kind of stuff kind of came from, was the warrior cult. So it was a very niche sort of part of society, not one that I'm in. Yeah, well, Nimki, again, like I said, I appreciate you mentioning it to me, because it's been so hectic and things just the world got so topsy-turvy for me and around here. It's maybe not for you in your area, but in what you do, it's a little bit less complex for the Bears, I think. But I don't want to leave you hanging, so I apologize for that. Kind of an irrelevant topic on your channel. We'll begin video series on the elements, element magic, how to connect to them, etc. Well, cool, Wyatt. I'm subscribed and I've got notifications turned on, so I will definitely be on the lookout for all that. So always love to see other people's views and ideas of things, you know. It's always great. Learn some stuff. So you have a series coming out soon. Cool. Modern day warriors are very different, and it takes a different kind of person to face off sword to sword. Yeah. I mean, hell, you know, like war is war, right? And combat is combat, and then the means of which combat is waged has obviously changed over the centuries. You know, I mean, look at how warfare was waged during like the Revolutionary or Civil American Wars, and it's like, you know, you got this side that comes across a field, they get in certain range, and then these guys come over here and they get in certain, they stand there, and then they point their guns at each other. And then, what kind of tactical sense does that make? But it was a thing. It's a little different now, you know what I mean? Way different. It was different even way before then, with hand-to-hand combat and you know the tactics that were used. So it's all relevant to the times. Kristen says, "What are my thoughts on lessening the weight of your carbon footprint in honor of the land vitir?" So I think that our relationship with the land vitir is an important one to maintain. You know, so as much as we can do to honor their presence and reduce the damage that's done, I'm all for that. And you know, so if we can not, you know, create any extra waste, and if we can, you know, grow our own things and nurture the land instead of hurting it, I'm all for that. You know, I love to garden, have a small garden on our property. We don't have a very big piece of land, but we are able to grow some things. Wasn't really done too much this year, just lack of preparation, didn't have the means to do it, and not, to be honest, not even the drive, which is unfortunate. So by this fall and into next year, I have the ambition to really focus more on, you know, nurturing the land and being closer to the Vatir that I share existence with around, because what little interaction I have had with our Vatir of the land has been amicable and has been able to work well. You know, so I don't want to damage that. I don't want to hurt that those ties. Only victorious live to pass on fighting techniques. Yeah, that's true. You know, dead men tell no tales, but they kind of do in a way. Tales are told in many different ways. So I'm going to revisit this for anybody else that maybe didn't mention or see it earlier, but the Tolkien fans, anybody know what I'm holding up here? Anybody know what this says? And then anybody want to take a guess at what's in it? So I did the wood burning on this. It's not the greatest, but it is hand done through with a wood burner. And I've got some designs and stuff that I'm working on. Haven't finished it. I got all three sides. I've got to finish the back. I've got to do more stencil work and stuff on the back. And it's a little bit, goes up a little bit. I got to redo it and straighten it out and get it more in line with it. But yeah, so this is, for all the folks that may not know, so Baruch Kazad Ai Minu is a like a war cry that Gimli and the dwarves and all that from like Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, right? It's a war cry, and it's in Khuzdul, which is the language of the dwarves in the Tolkien universe, I guess. Is Khuzdul is their language, and these are what it says is the axes of the dwarves. The dwarves are upon you, right? So it's kind of like a war cry that the dwarves would yell into battle and stuff like that. So I made this box. I didn't make the box, but I burned that into this box as like a it's a novelty piece, right? So this is going to end up being something that I sell. It's got a neat little hook clasp thing on here. And then inside is, as you can possibly guess, a whole bunch of pieces of wood that are birch runes, and these are the entire runes of the Dwarvish language, which is these are Kirith runes, and you're going to notice some similarities in what I hold up to things that exist in either Elder Futhark, maybe Younger Futhark, maybe even Anglo-Saxon, and maybe some things that just flat out don't exist in any sort of Germanic language, but that are nonetheless inspired from these various Germanic languages, because Tolkien, obviously, a lot of the characters and a lot of the figures in his stories were inspired from lore, Germanic stories, Germanic lore. So anyway, these are birch pieces, and this is the entire Kirith runes. And so what's basically going to happen is these runes are going to get, finished, sealed, stained, and everything. This box and everything that's in it is going to be made as a novelty piece. We'll probably do an auction or whatever for it here on the channel one of these days, and this will be something that will be up for sale. So figured I'd share that, and for any of the Tolkien fans out there, something to look forward to. I do have to get back into doing these. It's been so long. Some weird looking ones, right? So these are Kirith runes for the Khuzdul language of the dwarves. All right, we got Wybo. Hey, it says, hey, Jesse, finally made it to at least part of a live video. Yes, you have, and I have no intention of stopping anytime soon. So thank you for tuning in, Wybo. If I'm saying that right. Sounds like you're at least familiar with the channel, so thank you. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do so. And if you want to check out ways to support the channel, you got a few options. You got the link tree that I just posted. You've also, so that link tree is going to be like a one-stop shop for all the ways that you can support the channel, which is going to include donations via PayPal. So if you are so inclined and you want to donate to the channel that way, you can do so. There's also the super chat option in the live chat. That is greatly appreciated. Not required, but it's there. So if you're so inclined, you want to do it, feel free. Thank you, Kristen. Yep, rune sets in the box. It is like I said, the entire Kirith runes from Tolkien, right? So they're inspired and made like by the Anglo-Saxon runes, Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark. It's like a hodgepodge of things, and I forget how many are in there, but there's something like 36, 40 some odd. I forget. Like there's a whole bunch of them. You got the Elder Futhark, which is 24 runes. You got the Younger Futhark, which is, was it like 18, 16, whatever. That right there is like, almost double that amount. So, or more than double that amount. So it took a while to do all that, and I still got more work to do. Going to stay in the box. There'll be more, I'll post pictures and stuff online when it gets done. I haven't touched on it in a long time, so I got to revisit it. But one thing I did want to mention, you guys have probably seen it either if you, I don't know if you watch or follow me on Facebook, but if you don't, I've tried to put it up here in the community section of the page here on the channel, where I can post, statuses and photos and things of that nature. Thomas the Tank Engine with the vape, toot, toot, right? I'm inside, of course, so otherwise I'd be smoking my pipe. I don't like to smoke my pipe indoors, so it's like 90-something degrees outside Fahrenheit. It's miserable. It's actually, it is 10 minutes past 9 p.m. here in Tennessee. And the current temperature is 86 degrees Fahrenheit with a real feel of 92. Sun's been down for hours, and it is still hot as balls, as they say. Okay. Hey, all right. So I just got to, sorry, looking at my messages. Snaked is still watching the, if still in the live chat. I got your message and I know who you are now. So that's cool. Appreciate the clarification. So anyway, what I was talking about a minute ago was the, if you follow on Facebook or if you've seen the community posts, going to be doing a giveaway once the channel here reaches 3,000 subscribers. And it's going to include two things. Yeah. It's in Fahrenheit, unknown survivor. So, I don't know. Do the math. I don't use Celsius, and we suck for that. But this is in Fahrenheit, so 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So, here's the first item that's going to be a part of the giveaway once the channel hits 3,000 subscribers, which is at this point less than 30 away. So the lighting and the camera and all this does not do it justice, but this is item number 1. And actually, let me just, I don't know if this will help it at all, but you can see it's not a thin piece of jewelry at all. The cording is perhaps a little bit on the thinner side, but the actual metal piece of the hammer is quite stout, and not a whole lot of room for anything more than maybe a thin chain or something, but anyone with enough ingenuity or drill bit perhaps can try to all it out a little bit deeper, but I probably wouldn't do that. But anyways, this is going to be the giveaway item. It's a Mjolnir necklace. All right. This is going to be giveaway item number 1, and there's going to be 2 items in one giveaway. So I'm not doing 2 giveaways. I'm doing just one giveaway, which we're going to do here live once the channel hits 3,000 subs. And then the next is a rune set that I've had that was made a little over a year ago for a Pagan Pride festival that I was vending at, and they weren't sold, and they are I don't even know what they're. It's like basswood or something. They're very crude, small pieces, and they're stained and they're sealed. The lighting, like I said, doesn't really do it justice, but they're kind of like a grayish, almost brownish gray color. But they're all uniform, the same size, so they're little rectangular, Elder Futhark runes. They're wood burned. I did not burn these. Somebody else did, and they had not been sold. So these are going to be part of the giveaway items. This and the hammer necklace are going to be the giveaway items for the 3,000 subscriber milestone that we get here. So if anybody's looking for a rune set or a hammer, haven't decided yet what the rules of the giveaway are going to be, but it's definitely going to be done on a live stream. So stay tuned for that. But that's kind of what we've got going on here. So yeah, mini Mjolnir, right? Why I covered it with a question. Why did people connect heathenry to racism? By doing what they ruined the entire religion. Vikings didn't care about race. They robbed from you regardless. Yeah. I mean, that's like asking, like, why you got to be so stupid? Like, why did they do it? Who knows? I mean, it's kind of like I don't think there's ever really a good answer. They just did, and it's unfortunate. just something we have to constantly struggle with. John's got 2 rune sets already. Well, I've got 2 rune sets as well. I've got these stone, kind of like ceramic runes that were gifted to me. My very first rune set that were gifted to me a few years ago maybe, and I still have those. And then I have, of course, these runes that I've been showing you tonight, which are made from maple. I made these myself, and the maple that they're made from are made from the tree, a maple tree in my yard. So had to prune the tree. Still have more pruning to do, actually. And one of the branches that we were pruning to keep it clean made a rune set out of one of the branches. So I don't know if you can tell, but some of the lighting and stuff is horrible, but like, notice that there's like a darker spot on the runes and then the lighter spot. You notice that like stripe or whatever, there's dark and light. That's because I blood my runes. So these runes are blooded and these are mine. These are used specifically for myself and my tribal business, tribal readings and things like that with my tribe and those who are closest to me. So those are the 2 rune sets that I currently have, and I meant to bring back some mulberry branches from New York when I was visiting last week, because a mulberry tree that I used to spend a lot of time picking fruit from in my parents' yard, part of the tree came down in a storm, and asked them to save some pieces of wood for me, and I forgot to bring it back. So fortunately, my mother saved it aside and is keeping it, and then just whenever I get back or whatever, they'll be there waiting, and I'll be able to retrieve them and make a 3rd rune set. So Wyatt says, now I understand why so many heathens have Mjolnir nexuses. The power really is immense. Don't feel like you even need to enchant it. I can literally feel it radiating. It is. I mean, does every heathen wear one? No. I mean, one of the probably most respected heathens I know in my area doesn't wear one all the time. Wears other things, But Thor's the everyman's god, protector of Midgard, protector of Asgard, protector of gods and men alike. So that symbol is powerful, and it's I feel its power every day. I actually have had it on my arm now for I've had that tattoo for longer than I've been a heathen. I actually had this. I got this back in let's see. I first moved to Tennessee in 2005. I think I've got this tattoo around 2007. So I've had the hammer inked in me and on me for a lot longer than I've been heathen. But there's a lot of it's protection, it's defense, it's fertility, it's all kinds of great stuff that we as heathens value and hold a lot of good to. You know what I mean? Can I explain my blooding process? So I've talked a little bit about this in some of my other videos as far as like the power of the blood or why the blooding is done or why we blood runes, or at least my interpretation or my understanding of it. But I mean, the blooding process is just, I mean, you make yourself bleed, right? And it's not just making yourself bleed. To me, it's ritualistic, and there's more to it than that. I'm very private when it comes to my own cultic practices and the things that I do, what rituals I perform, how I perform them. But it was actually done during one of the key full moons of the year, based off of historical heathenry. So it was the Goa moon, which is the moon to end the winter cycle and start the summer cycle in the Norse historical Norse heathen calendar. So a lot of the holy tides and a lot of the festivals and things that were held annually, regularly, that we know from historical sources were done and kept around the lunar cycle. So anything that has to do with blood or using blood in ritual is a very sacred act for me, and you know, I don't do it every time, I don't do it all the time, and I only will do that you know, with specific intent in mind. So the blooding process was, you know, done at a certain time, and I made myself bleed in a certain way, and exposed the runes to my blood, and did my own thing with that. So that's about as much as I really feel comfortable talking about in this. Yes, it is my own blood. Hey, John Shorter, hail and welcome. Another Patreon supporter. Sorry I missed you there, John. Appreciate you tuning in. But thank you for watching. Who says, tried the recommendation of Highland Park 12 year and loved it. And you were not a Scotch drinker until then. Well, that's great to hear. I've often said that specifically the Highland Park Scotch, which I have an empty bottle of up there, so that reminds me I need to get another one, is a great single malt Scotch to introduce new Scotch drinkers who are either never drank Scotch before or who are interested in getting into some of the Islay Scotches, because you got your single malts that are Speysides, Highlands, Lowlands, Isleys. You know what I mean? So the Isleys are a very specific thing, very acquired taste. You either hate it or love it. You love it or hate it. It's not like, oh, I kind of like it. It's usually either like, nope, not at all, or yes, 100%. So the thing about Isleys, though, is that if you've never had an Islay, you don't want to just get a full-blown, like, really smoky, really peaty Scotch, because that could totally turn you off to the whole experience and make you not want to try anything else anymore. The Highland Park is in my opinion, a great single malt Islay, because it has some that peaty and smoky notes to it. It's a great way to sort of wean somebody into single malt Scotches that are of the Islay variety, because it'll pique their interest. So I'm glad to hear that it was a great recommendation for you and that you enjoy it, and that you continue to explore the wonderful world of Scotch. So enjoy. Yeah, no problem, Unknown Survivor. I'm glad I could answer that. Sorry, Travis says love the stickers because it's basically the cost of buying a friend a beer. Yeah, so you know, cool thing too is you know, when you're talking about like supporting the channel and whatever, if you're talking about like buying stuff. Sorry for the shaking. I just ran my chair into the table. In the Linktree thing that I posted earlier, which I'll just post again real quick for everybody, there's a thing in there called Buy Me a Coffee. It's literally a $3 donation minimum. So for the price of a cup of coffee, you can donate to the channel, and there's, you know, no fees or anything taken out of it. So it's like, hey, if you want to buy something, you just like, I can't spend a whole bunch of money, whatever. If you want to do something neat like that, it's a neat little feature. So it's there. Wyatt Coverdale with another great question. What actually happens when you go to Helheim? Are you just doomed to rot as a corpse? As far as I know, Hel is half normal, half rotting body. You would assume that she is fully decomposed by now. Well, see, that's just it. The whole half thing or whatever, where she's, you know, half as blue as a corpse and half living, half dead, is to me kind of an expression of, as it were, of the fact that our cells do not stay one particular, you know, there are parts of ourselves that stay in the profane. There are parts of ourselves that go to the mound to be with our ancestors. So there's the eternal part of ourselves that live on, that in the corpse, in the grave or in the mound, in the ancestral mound, that of course your body is going to decay, the flesh, the bones, the things of your, you know, physical, you know, hair, all that kind of stuff, all that's going to rot and decay away. But the other part of yourself, you know, the things that remain, and the filia and the hamingya and the halmer and all these various parts of yourself that exist beyond the physical, tangible, touchable things, live on. So to me, it's kind of like, and again, this is just my own thing, right? So it's what I view it as. It's that there are parts of us that do die, that do rot away, that do become back to the earth from which we kind of came or whatever. And then there's the part of the self that lives on in a more eternal sort of way, in different means and in different methods. So, but then you also got to figure that she's not us. She is not mankind. She is Jotun. You know, so she comes. She's not the same being as us. Just like the gods are not the same being as we are. So she's, you know, would not be subject to the same things as that mortal man or mankind would be subject to, being that she is what she is. So that's my take on it. Yeah, so John's like, yeah, so 1021 here and about 86 feels great sitting outside for a smoke right now. Cool. If you like the heat, great. Me personally, you know, sitting outside when it's dark and it feels like I'm, you know, just sitting in my own funk. Got the swamp butt going on. Not really for me. But then again, I'm from New York, right? So I like the colder, you know, even though right now in New York, like the last week we were there, is 90 degrees and humid and stuff like that while we were up there. So, but I'm used to the cold. I'm used to the colder climates and the colder temperatures, and I like that better. So, so let's see what else we got here. Hell to You, Mariah, is represents the beginning and the end, the cycles of life and death in one being, in a sense. It's a neat concept, and it's a great view of it. One thing I've come to learn, like in my own practices, is that death is not the end, right? Death is not an end. It's a continuation of the journey. It's a new part of this journey, right? So one of the things that I, you know, when I came from, you know, Christianity and understanding that, like, once you're dead, it's either hell or heaven, and your deeds now determine where you go then. And it's all this, you know, eternal judgment or final judgment to eternal life or death or whatever. Totally different view of things coming into heathenry. And one of the biggest hurdles that it took me to kind of just get past or get over was the fact that death is not the end. And I know we probably hear that a lot. That kind of maybe seems a bit more to it than just saying, or, you know, it's like, oh yeah, death is not the end. It's just another part of the journey that we are on. But I really truly feel that now. It's not like you're dead and that's it, and then there's nothing left. There's more that goes on that we just don't know about, because we obviously aren't dead, physically dead. We haven't moved on to that part of the journey yet. So it's a different part of the journey, and things don't end when you die. The physical shell of where we are and what we do may stop, but there's still things that continue on. So I see some comments talking about the I think the blood or the blooding of the runes still. So let me see some dialogue go up between that. Would you say, Unknown Survivor says, would you say that giving blood creates a binding of its own? You mean like donating blood? Never thought of that, actually. Never thought of that. I don't think so, because there's an intent that's not there, right? I don't think that just by giving of the or donating of the blood, there's nothing, so there's no ritual to it. There's no intent behind it. I mean, yes, there's an intent, right? Like, but you're donating blood. It's not like necessarily who it's going to. It's just blood to save a life. Whatever your blood type is, that's compatible to that person. A lot of what we do in our practices and is focused on the intent, right? So it's not always so much what you do, it's why it's done. The whys. Why is it done this way? Why are we doing it in a certain way? What's the purpose behind it? What's the intent? So the binding of things comes through the intent, and comes through, I think, in the purpose behind it, So like, if I knew that my donating of my blood was going to somebody specific, then it could be maybe a bit more aligned with what you're saying, Unknown Survivor, in terms of like creating that binding effect. But what we're talking about, like with the runes and blooding certain things, I'm not like a hardcore or historical heathen, and I don't. I pull from the historical sources to be inspired and to look to do things and build my own heathen practices now in modern times. So it's pulling from the old to build towards today and towards the new. So dipping into Urd and help shape Verdandi to build towards school. And so yes, do I feel like these runes are tied to me because of my blood being in them? Yes, but again, the intent was for that to be such. You know what I mean? I didn't just, do it for the heck of it. And I didn't, just accept any blood and then kill an animal in a ritual sacrifice, or do anything and then eat it and burn it and then put the blood. That has a very specific kind of intent as well. But the intent was more, for them to be bound to me and for them to work for me, because I am a Vitki and I work at the runes and shape weird in my own way for a certain reason. So, adding the blood was a ritual process for me to add more oomph, right? Kind of a little like nitrous to the tank. Heathens as organ donors. Man, like, I think why not? Like, that part of ourselves ain't going to be used anymore wherever we go anyway. That part of ourself that dies, all of that material, all of this flesh, everything that's it's all going to rot, decompose, burn, whatever anyway. So would it, does it do any harm to have yourself as an organ donor to potentially help better the quality of life of somebody else? I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't, in my worldview, at least right now, it doesn't do any damage to me or to myself as myself, or to the people who I'm tied weird with, and to the people, my descendants, or anything like that. Doesn't it? Our cells are not tied into our organs per se. It's like our self is much more complex than that. Our selves are our thought, our memories, our cognitive abilities, things like that. That's what makes us us. Yes, the things that makes us alive and breathe and function as a machine are those very things, But it's kind of like, like at very basic terms, a car craps out and you still got good pieces of equipment to use. You could scrap the whole thing and not, nothing could be used anymore, or you could junk it. Excuse me. Find the things that are better used in another piece of machinery and refurbish it and reuse it. Oh, why not, right? That's just maybe a crude way of looking at it, but it's kind of my thought process, at least. I don't know. Thinking about a lot of things that I've never thought of before, and just trying to reason through it and come up with a good response while we're talking, because it's very thought-provoking and it's great stuff to think about. So appreciate the suggestion and the ideas. or the thoughts. Yeah, there's nothing wrong, why, like it says, sitting alone in the chair and just thinking, like sometimes you just got to think. Sometimes you just got to be alone. Sometimes you just got to wander. Sometimes, and then when I say wander, you're not necessarily wandering. Sometimes your mind wanders. Sometimes your mind goes places. You travel other places. You wander in ways that are beyond your physical self. So that's all part of it. Yeah, like John says, it's all medical practice. It's not so much spiritual. Like I said, not that there's anything against thinking about it and coming up with some concepts of how it could be viewed or how it could be perceived. It's thought provoking, so I enjoyed thinking about it and coming up with a response for you. So thanks for that. Why it says thinks is he's starting to think too much, ruining with questions that don't have answers. Sometimes I cry just thinking about those because it has to do with meanings of existence itself. Wyatt, I can appreciate where you come from on that, because there are so many things that we can let our minds, run away with and think about two things. And even the Havamal warns about being too wise. Little wise man should be never too wise. You know too much, you get to knowing too much, and you become too wise, you're going to be miserable. Which is an admonition, I think. It's a warning. Look at Odin, who's always seeking wisdom, always wanting to know things, wanting to know everything. And he sacrifices so much and has sacrificed so much for that knowledge and for that wisdom. And it's sometimes best if you don't know, right? What do they say? Like, sometimes ignorance is bliss. What you don't know doesn't hurt you. Sometimes it's best not to know. And you don't need to know everything. We don't. None of us need to know everything. Are we wanting to know everything? Sure. That constant seeking of knowledge is something I think a lot of us can relate to. And especially us as heathens, when we get into, understanding about the gods, and especially Odin, he's such an important part of this path, being the Allfather and being the king of the Aesir, and having so much to do with the very beginning of things, forming the first man and woman Oscanimla, providing mankind, as it were, with our cognitive abilities, with the breath and everything like that. Well, Odin, Vili, and Ve collectively, each providing their own things, but we focus a lot on Odin, right? And then I just got done reading a part of Vafthrudismal today, where he's going to Vafthrudnir and asking all these things, and Vafthrudnir is asking him all these things, and there's this constant back and forth of who knows more and who knows this and who knows that. And it's interesting because the poem starts out with Odin coming to Frigg, and Odin knows that Frigg sees all and has that gift of foresight, knows all those things, and asks her, should I go? I want to go. You think it's going to be all right, kind of deal. And Frigg's response is, well, I think we should just sit our butts right here. I think we should stay put, because he's a crafty one, and he's legit, And Odin's response was, okay, but I really wanna, but I just really wanna go. And so Frigg's, well, then travel safely, and basically bids him farewell, and tells him, gives him all these good tidings of safe travels and stuff like that. But it's almost like, well, hey, I already told you what you asked me what you thought. You asked me what I thought. I told you. You're gonna go anyway. Well, then fine, right? Fine. All right, then. Go ahead. Good luck. So it's a warning. It's a warning to sometimes just be content with not knowing. And then, hey, maybe the questions that you have now will be answered later on the more you grow. Maybe right now is not a good time for you in your growth. You're still young, And now's not maybe a good time for you to know these things that you are wanting to know and that are weighing heavy on your mind. But it's not to say that you never will know. It's just maybe not the right time. So just give it time, Yera. Everything in its proper time. All right. What else we got here? John's got 10 to 15 years of practice in heathenry. There's many things to learn and understanding and unique for everyone, for sure. Like, John's here at 10, 15 years, me 5, 6 years, whoever else here, however long they've been, practicing what they've been doing. So many different views of things, I'm sure, things that I've learned that others maybe have known for a long time, and things that maybe I've picked up that others haven't heard before, and they're just now getting to hear or understand. So, it's like a lot of sharing of knowledge here. I think I love it. I love these live streams where we get to kind of pick each other's brains and talk about these things. It's awesome. Information still feels rather limited. It's so there. There's so many things that you think you may have known, and then you read something new or you find something new, and it's like, there it is. And heck, I was reading something today, and it was a post online, and somebody was asking about some particles floating in my scotch. Not sure what it is. Looks like sawdust. So somebody was talking about, what they were talking about was something to do with Odin, and his connection to Bolthorn, Bestla's brother. And they were talking about, I wish I could try to find the post, because it's worth talking about here now, since we're all talking about this kind of stuff. It really it sparked a comment that I'm curious to see if there was any feedback on. Here we see here. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. It'll be worth it, I promise. Don't go. Don't leave. Okay. So somebody says that while they were reading the Eddas, it dawned on them that they wondered if Odin, being the, as they said, the grandson of Bolthorn, had any sway in him, being wise and brave enough to give himself to himself in order to make that sacrifice of himself to himself. And does this play a part in his learning of Galder and learning the runes, right? So I'm like, this is one I've not thought of before. This is thought-provoking. This is interesting. So I had to do some research, and I had to look at some things, and it came to my mind. I said, well, we know, at least from one particular stanza in the Havamal, that it sounds more like Bolthorn is Odin's uncle, not grandfather. Because the stanza from the Havamal, from, I think it's might be the Bellows translation of the Havamal, says, 9 mighty songs I got from the son of Bolthorn, Bestla's father, and a drink I got of the goodly mead poured out from Othrarir. Now, 9 mighty songs I got from the son of Bolthorn, Bestla's father. Now, Bestla is Odin's mother, right? So the son of Bolthorn, he says he got a drink of that goodly mead poured out from Othrarir. So it made me think, like, perhaps is this unnamed person, the son of Bolthorn, right? Could this be Mimir? Just a thought. But the thought-provoking thing that came to mind was, I had to do some research, and I said, believe that Tacitus had noted the importance of the maternal uncle role that was important in traditional Germanic society, and that there are numerous examples of the closeness of male figures with their maternal uncles in the literary sources. For instance, there's a medieval Icelandic proverb of sorts that goes something along the lines of men turn out most like their maternal uncles, or something like that. So This person who posted it and talking about like the connection between Odin and both Thor and stuff kind of makes sense, at least from a historical aspect, because of the connection between a man and his uncle, and how the society at the time viewed those relationships. So again, like today, like that was something I had never heard, thought of, nothing like that ever had come to my mind. And then here today, just randomly, I was scrolling through social media, saw it, and I was like, got to think about that one. That's neat. Let's go places. Let's look places. Let's look at things. Came up with something, and hey, was I onto something? I don't know, but that's what it was. Let me catch up here to some of the comments. Really appreciate everyone. You guys, this has been amazing. I can't believe it's, what are we now? Almost 2 hours in, maintaining a steady viewership of about a dozen, or right now we got 14. So it's been fluctuating between 16 and 11 live viewers for almost 2 hours, going strong. Learning a lot, guys and gals, like really cool. So appreciate that. Let me just catch up to some of the comments that I may have missed. Knowledge is both a blessing and a curse, from Wyatt Coverdale. It can be, for sure. Maybe this is the reason Odin is an alcoholic. Well, there's a lot of admonitions that come across in the Havamal. If you haven't read it recently, you know what sayings of the High One. He warns about that too, about not getting too drunk. And Odin deals with a lot of anxiety, depression, a lot of things, mental health, that I think we can relate to in modern times now, especially. We see a lot of ourselves in the Odin aesthetic and in Odin. Some of the things that he struggles with, some of the things that he battles, the fear of losing thought and memory, right? That anxiousness that he has of knowing his fate, wanting to avoid it, doing everything he can in the lore to do so, and in all the ways that he, is diabolical and does things that are just downright malicious at times. Can we say that those actions are due to the things that he faces and that he struggles with mentally? I don't know. Things I think about. The joke rather be. Okay, Travis. I just caught up to your thing. You said it'd rather be snow and turned out than humid and 90. It's just miserable. Yeah. I don't know. Some people like it though, right? Hey, Zach Muntz, late to the party. Well, you know what? You're right on time. Because the party started at 8, but we're going strong and it's almost 2 hours in. So if you're willing to stay and hang out for a bit, we're willing to be here. I know I am. If you hadn't yet, I'm sure you are subscribed to the channel, but if you hadn't yet, please do so. And also, as a reminder, we've got the super chat option enabled now. So if you want to donate to the channel, you can do so there. You can also check out my Linktree link that I just posted for all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings. I've got new merchandise in the Teespring store. There's a Patreon page that you can become a Patreon supporter if you want to donate directly through PayPal. You can do that too. I just posted that link up there. And must have been something in the ice that I had there. It's little like particulates floating around. Shouldn't kill me though, right? See, rituals everywhere. You know how it's funny? I don't mean funny like haha, but it's interesting how you can have some of these conversations. You can get so engrossed in philosophical or spiritual conversations. Next thing you know, your mind is fresh on something, and then you start looking at things differently. You start perceiving things differently. It's definitely a thing for sure. You don't want the stream to end really getting into this. Well, you know what? I may need to just get a refill or something. You guys stay hydrated, please. Like seriously, especially in this heat. But I'm a waterholic, man. Let me tell you. I go out to eat. I don't like buying like alcoholic drinks because they're so doggone expensive. And I don't like drinking sodas, right? Or for all the people from Michigan, I don't like pop. Everybody down south in the areas, they call them Cokes or cold drinks, which I always thought was a real funny term, because what if it's not cold? What if you get it off the shelf, right? Walking down the store, half of those 2 liters of carbonated beverages are not even refrigerated. So they're not even cold to begin with. So how are you going to call them a cold drink as like a generalistic term for soda? So anyway, I don't drink soda. Very rarely. I mean, I might get like a Sprite ginger ale. Now, I love ginger ale, but I don't like, most restaurants don't even have that, right? So I don't drink soda. Don't order much alcohol when I'm out. Maybe just one beer or a mixed drink or something. Maybe every now and then. Just depends on the occasion. And tea. I'm not a big like tea drinker. Like down in the south here, don't drink sweet tea. If I do, it has to be like mixed with half unsweet as well to kind of cut that sweetness. I need to like taste the tea, and I gotta like load it up with lemon. But so whatever I do, whenever I go out, it's like, what do you want to drink? I just want water with like, I want a lot of lemon. If you think that you've got a lot of lemons in your cup or in the glass, I want you to look at that amount and get more, because the more the merrier. Like, I want all the lemons. So that's all we do. Like, I drink water, coffee, scotch. But I am a waterholic. I love water. And funny thing is, I went on a water, like, went on a water fast. I need to do another one, actually. I did not eat solid food for 5 days. That 96 hours, somewhere around the vicinity. Didn't eat a solid piece of meat, food, or anything. I drank over a gallon of water a day for 5 days. Almost 5. Yeah, it was 5 days. With like maybe like an hour or a half an hour to spare. And it was great. Like, cleanse my body out. Sure, you feel hungry, depending on what your job is. Of course, my profession, my job doesn't require me to exert a lot of physical energy. So I didn't have to like worry about passing out because I've been working out in the heat or whatever all day. But it was awesome. Need to do that again. I'm due for one. Time flows differently between the realm of spirituality than being here in the flesh. Yeah, like the concept of time. Maybe I missed a comment, but you talk about the trance states that you can get into. So if you're meditating, or if you're getting into like a Sather trance and all that kind of stuff, your concept of time just goes out the window. You feel like your place is forever, or your place is very quickly, and then the time when you come back has lapsed greatly, whereas the time that you were spending in that state went by quickly. So it is all perceptions. It's all perceived. Totally agree with that. Yeah, it's a word, right? I don't know, like waterholic. It's not even a word, but I just made one. So stories of ghosts, psychics, and Wicca from the time I was like 4. Well, cool. I was raised on Bible stories and being told that those types of things were bad. So I had to reprogram things. So, what else we got? Yeah. Oh, wow. So Wyatt, for as young as you are, you've been through, you said, Christianity, atheism, Brahmanism, gods, Greek gods, Egyptian gods, Wicca. Cycled through those for a while. Found heathenism, staying. Odinism, found it to work. Listen, there you go. Well, sometimes that's what you got to do. It's all right to experiment. It's all right to, and I mean, shoot, for as young as you are, man, like, that's a lot to have to go. That's a lot of things to circulate between. But age doesn't always, like, your years don't always it's not always the gauge, right? Like I've known people who are older than me, who are less mature than me, who don't seem to have any less, who have a lesser sense of maturity and having it together with their lives. And I know people who are younger than me who seem to be wiser above their years. So age is just a number most of the time. Not for everything though. Not for everything though. Remember that. Like ages of consent. That is a real thing. So, what else do we have here? Pretty much went through the gauntlet, right? Told you guys about the giveaway that's going to be going on at 3,000 subscribers here on YouTube. So the sooner we get there, the sooner we can give away this rune necklace and rune set, or sorry, Mjolnir necklace and rune set. Got the Dwarvish rune box with Kirith runes in it. We're going to be doing a auction for here at some point in the somewhat near future. I know one thing I hadn't talked about, and I normally don't because it's not mine to like push or whatever. But since we're talking about various things, stories or whatever, have you guys checked out Eric's book yet? Eric Shervin over at the Ravens Call. Have you checked out his book, The Saga of Bjorn Thorolfsson? You can get it on Amazon. So I know he's very proud of this. It's a labor of love. So he is he's got a really awesome way of telling stories. He is a word weaver. So his name being Eric Word Weaver Shervin on social media, you know why now. But yeah, guys, pick up a copy of this, and when you do, make sure you leave a review on Amazon for Eric, because those things help with the books getting circulated. And it's not a very long read by any means, but it's a fun read. So it's like folklore, you know what I mean? I recommend it. Helps out another heathen, a great guy. I've collaborated with him a couple times and talked to him in some form or fashion almost daily. So I'm always eager to, support folks like that and see and help them get to achieve their goals and things like that. So definitely check it out. Again, it's The Saga of Bjorn Thorolfsson by Eric Shervin. If you go to his YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure he's got it linked in the description of his videos. He talks about it in most of his videos too. And then he'll also post it on social media. So sorry for bumping that. Didn't mean to send you guys for a shake. Travis was the kid who took Harry Potter to church, and then parents didn't try to stop me anymore. It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. Sorry. John, soon to be 28. Well, when, how soon is that? If so, and you got a birthday coming up, happy early birthday. Okay. Never dabbled in anything that had to do with Crowley. No offense, but he really was a weird guy. Yeah. I got a friend who's Enochian, and even he says Crowley's a weird one. So no offense taken. 20th of this month, John. So your birthday's on, was it Monday? Yeah. So happy early birthday. Cool. Unknown Survivors got a question for a heathen who passes on. Is the burial method burning or ground, like burial? Man, it's been so long since I've read this book. Here's another book that I recommend everybody. Whoa. Here's another book that I recommend that everybody gets. I have the PDF version of it, but you can buy it online. It's just you might be spending a pretty penny. The Road to Hell by Hilda Roderick Ellis. Hilda R. Ellis, H.R. Ellis. You might see it on there. So it's a literary work of studies of the conception of the dead in Old Norse literature. In terms of like the burial, like, or the methods of getting rid of the body. Yes, the burial mound was a very common custom. Now there's evidence in archaeology that's going to support some things. Let me just see if I can find some things that are, yeah. Like, I mean, if you're looking for like historically, yeah, the disposal of the dead. Because I think it talks about mostly immolation, but there may also be some things of cremation as well. But definitely check out that book in terms of if you're looking for a historical source of the customs and conceptions of the dead in Old Norse times, or Old Norse literature, and the way things were done back then. It's really intriguing. It's been so long since I've skimmed through it or read it in any depth, but definitely worth it. Really doesn't matter, I don't think. Again, like I said, it's it kind of does matter in a way, because so the whole thing about it is like you want to the concept of it is like you want to dispose of the body properly so as to avoid draugr, because you don't want draugr. The draugr can be it's kind of like a zombie kind of deal thing. They exist in folklore at the time. So that's why there were certain things done a certain way, is to prevent it, to separate the lich properly, right? So those customs and the things that were done, it did matter, and they do matter. So it's not like you just want to like hurl a body off of a cliff and be like, all right, not our problem anymore. You know what I mean? Just get rid of the body and be done with it. There's customs and things that should be done to prepare and set the body off aright. So it does kind of matter. Yeah. I think I spoke too soon. I said it didn't. It does matter. It did, especially for our heathens in Arch-Heathen times. John says there's one thing he'd like for us to know, that many of the people who that get wrong about pagans is if you hear someone call you a warlock or define you as one, it really means oathbreaker. Okay, I never heard the term warlock used in heathenry, other than like, we're talking like Wicca type stuff, right? But I never connected the two with Germanic paganism. Or I never connected, that term with Germanic paganism. So, but that's an interesting take. Yeah. Hey there, Connor Hoey. A dead person has to be upright in the rest place to become a draugr. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. Like I said, it's been so. What in the world is this? It's been so long since I've read that. There were some things I'm a little bit rusty on, to be honest. So I have it, and I just couldn't find the immediate portion in there, but it is in there, and it does talk about the customs and what you should be doing. So thanks for commenting, Connor. I hadn't seen you post in the chat before, so appreciate that. Homebrew mead. You got some homebrew mead there, Travis? Man, I wish I had some more home-brewed mead. Buddy of mine makes it, and I'm out. I've got like maybe that much left in a like quart-sized mason jar that I'm saving for another friend of mine to try who hasn't tried it yet. It's really good. Very basic, nothing elaborate, nothing like, it's not like a flavored meat or anything like that. So it's just, but it's really, it was really well done. I was happy with it. So, all right. Who else we got here? According to Heathenry, do you have to grow a beard, or is that an option part of the path? That is by 15 McCormick. So no, beards are not a requirement in Heathenry at all. It's totally optional, and it's just preference. That's been a hot topic of discussion amongst people for quite some time now, even to the point of the like military units and stuff being challenged to allow their military personnel to grow beards because they're pagan, right? Nothing in the lore, nothing in the sagas that says that we should have beards, that they are not sacred in the sense of if you have one. The only thing that I can really think about is, Thor is, often the thing he is known by is his red beard, right? It probably makes you look more Drenger, more manly, more masculine, which for the societies at the time was a very important thing. The men had to be manly but not like toxic, not like brosage, and not like, hey bro, let's go beat some monks over the head, man, let's steal their stuff. Like, not like that. But so, and then there's like, some things talked about in lore about Loki, who is usually in a lot of ways looked down upon because of his things that he's done to kind of gum up the works as not being bearded, and therefore maybe synonymous with that. So if you're not bearded, you are more effeminate, whatever. But no, the bottom line is no, beards are not required in heathenry, and it is not a if you have a better beard, you are not a better heathen. And if you have a bigger beard, you're not the biggest heathen in the group, like that sort of thing. It's totally not a requirement at all. It's definitely personal preference. And it's also you got to think like facial hair and stuff like that in the regions that we're talking about. It was Denmark, Sweden, some of those northern European countries. It was probably more customary for men to have facial hair just because of the climate and things like that. It was just more practical, I guess. It regionally accepted. So it's definitely personal preference. Yeah, why 13 and can't grow a beard? Just a sign of victory. Well, give it some time, Wyatt. If you want to, maybe you will. If you don't want to, it's what they make razors for. Yeah. Don't feel bad, right? Because, guys, I have like all of this and this right here, and this is about as good as it gets. None of this fills in. This right here is kind of sketchy at times, so I just, I try to take care of it and oil it up, but this is definitely not, pretty poor. If I was to be judged by my heathenry, by my beard, I would probably be like a thrall. You know what I mean? They'd be like, you got to clean the dishes during every Yule. You got to pick up all the beer cans and stuff from every, tribe event or something like that. I would be probably at the bottom of the societal totem pole. So it's a good thing that it's not a requirement. Yeah. Right, and insists on shaving, like Travis said. Like I've seen, like I've known guys who were like, "Oh, I'm sick of this. I'm just shaving off." I'm like, "Well, if you don't have to shave it off, why would you?" Like, I feel like that would just be like one less thing you have to spend money on, right? You don't have to buy razors, shaving cream, and all that kind of mess. You just let it go, just groom it. But then again, you want to take care of it. You're going to be spending money on razors and stuff. Now you might be spending more money on like oils and balms and product and whatever to keep your hair in your face looking decent instead of it looking just like a rat nest or something. Let's see here. Loki is looked down upon for that. He killed Balder. Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, he's looked down. A lot of other things too that made him. But that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. That's what sealed the deal. Yolhammer Aelfir. It's like chi. Oh, that is, yeah, I've never heard that before. Well, Viljammer, that's a great name you got there. So hail and welcome. Not sure if you've been in the live chat before, but if you have, welcome back. And if you haven't, welcome for the first time. And make sure you've got the channel subscribed to if you don't want to miss anything. We got a giveaway coming up at 3,000 subscribers, which is going to be a small rune set and Mjolnir necklace. So these are going to be the giveaway items for when the channel reaches 3,000 subscribers. Also, in the live chat is a link to what's called the link tree for the channel. It's like a one-stop shop of all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings through, Teespring, buying merchandise, becoming a Patreon supporter, buying a coffee through this little app called Coffee, and it's PayPal also, which I'm posting in the live chat. And then there's the super chat option. If you want to, donate monetarily to the channel, feel free to do so as well. But thank you for commenting and for joining. It's great to see you. How's everybody doing? Holding up? 2 hours and 11 minutes into the live stream. I need more scotch. Connor, do you have to be in the USA to be in the giveaway? Nope. No, you do not. This will be a worldwide giveaway because Midgard Musings is worldwide. We've got people, we still do, unknown survivors in Australia. Maria, who is in here, possibly still is in New Zealand. Connor, where are you potentially? Maybe you're international as well, if you're asking. Nimki Bear was in here earlier, all the way up in Canada. Cool. Connor's in Ireland. That's, I think, the first that I know of, at least the first live stream that we've had here with somebody from Ireland. I've seen Unknown Survivor here for a while, and of course Maria. Maria's one of the patron supporters on Patreon. And now we've got Ireland here. We've got people all over the United States. I'm in Tennessee. We got New York, Kentucky, Michigan. Like I said before, Canada. So awesome. You gotta grow that every day. I need more scotch. Hey, it's if you lived around me and if you knew me like that, you'd understand. Like it's kind of a thing. I need more scotch. Fortunately, I have more scotch, and it's not too far away. So if you guys will give me like 1 minute, 1 to 1.5 minutes. If you got questions, please post them. I'm going to just break out a frame to get a refill and do a bathroom break too, because I've been here for 2 hours and almost 15 minutes. Time's flying because we're having fun, but things also fly and flow or want to flow that need to be allowed to do so, if you catch my drift. So yeah. It does. It feels like the live stream is going to go for a while. So you all just stick around. Check out the links while you're waiting. The link tree is posted right up above. So if you're curious about it, you want to just check it out, please do so, and I will come right back. Sorry for giving that little thing, and we'll resume this here in just a minute. So talk to you guys here soon. Okay. Welcome back to the show. Haven't lost a viewer, maybe just one. Awesome. Thank you, guys and gals. Notice also, got some more water. Why? Stay hydrated, you fools. That's why. Okay. Crisis averted. Scotch glass is refilled. Water's bottle 1 is nearly complete. Got the backup right there. Cheers, everybody. All right. Let's see what I miss. All right, here. Where's everyone from? Thank you, Unknown Survivor, for allowing me the quick restroom break. Yes, I do have an Assassin's Creed tattoo, which is my favorite. It's hard to say because I haven't played them all yet. The first one, like, still always going to have a special place in my heart. The very first one, you know. Black Flag was pretty cool. I haven't finished all of it. I still just have an Xbox 360. I don't even have an Xbox One or PlayStation 4 or whatever the newest and greatest, flashiest thing is on gaming console. So got some catching up to do. Odyssey looks great. Want to play that. Probably get an Xbox One for AC Valhalla when it comes out. Wyatt taking over the channel while I was gone. That's awesome. Nice banner in the background. Thank you, John. That was a gift from a friend of mine out in North Carolina who I met through this network, through Midgard Musings. I met him online first, and then we were out visiting my wife's family in North Carolina a couple years ago, and he happened to live within an hour of where we were, and we got to meet. And then after we met, after some time, he sent this to me in the mail. So that came from a friend of mine in North Carolina. Bourbon and wine is good. Vilhelmer says things he likes about modern Germanic paganism is the core lore is the constant, but practices are diverse and decentralized, just like our ancestors. It's what keeps. Oh yeah, it's what kept Rome from conquering. Yep, very diverse, for sure. Diversity is key. Thanks, John. Ireland, New Zealand, we have Australia, and all kinds of places up in the United States. So I'm just catching up to everyone's comments. Keep doing what you're doing. We will keep on trucking. Yep, the Aussie. Aussie. Oi, 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 right? All right. Started making those that mead for quarantine, Travis. That's a good quarantine activity is making mead. I said a buddy of mine that makes his started this like last year or end of 2018 going into 2019. So he already had kind of like the basics of things down. And and then the world crapped the bed and he's been making a lot more of it. So rediscovery phase. Human try the god. Describe the god. Oh yeah. Oh, cool. Talking about Gaelic and Celtic. That's not something that I'm 100% like. I have a very little information or knowledge that I can like share in that. So the conversations are going to be probably a bit one-sided when it comes to the Gauls and the Celts and all that kind of stuff. Fascinating stuff. Just nothing that I've taken a whole lot of time to research and do a lot with. So Time is it over here, Connor? Where I am, it is 22 minutes past 10 p.m. For like Wyatt Coverdale, it is 22 minutes past 11 p.m. because he is 1 hour ahead of me. Now you're in Ireland, and you are what, 6-8 hours ahead of us, somewhere in that time frame. I always forget. I know you're in like the same, like in the UK, like GMT, is that time zone? So I think like 2 a.m. our time is like 8 a.m., 9 a.m. UK time, something along those lines. Yeah. 22 minutes past 4. So yeah, you are 6 hours ahead of me. Sounds about right. No better fair bit of Gaelic. Well, that's awesome. It's part of your heritage, so that's exciting. $12 every 3 months on organic beard oil. Well, seems like a good investment to something that is meaningful to you. It's like, what is it, Thomas the Tank Engine over here? I always like to like a dragon. Dragon. Funny story, maybe a lot of you don't know my last name, but it's fine because it's, I'm on social media. It's Stillwagon, and which is Dutch and mostly Dutch German lineage in the name. But a lot of people over the years found creative ways to change my name, change my surname. There's been wagon wheel, station wagon, steel dragon, steel wagon, steel dragon. Wagon, steel, like they flip it back and forth. I don't know. So people find funny and creative ways to, like, in a way, like, make fun of my name, which is fine. No harm done. So when I did that, the dragon thing, it made me thought about that time that I was made fun of. Ancestors were druids, magicians. Yeah, I'm sure they were that, and plenty of other things too. Most common name is Ho or Whore. Oh man, that's horrible. That's rough. I know a guy whose surname is Sadlick, and it's spelled exactly how you would think. Just a sad lick. And I thought, man, oh man, what a surname to have, right? He got made fun of as a kid all the time. Kids are cruel. Well, like the stuff that I was just talking about, like that's all from adults. That's all from, like, I worked at a correctional facility for several years and then went to prisoner transportation for about 7. So all collectively in about a 10-year span, I worked in corrections or prisoner extradition of some sort. And that was all that stuff that I was just mentioning came from either the prisoner population or my fellow correctional or extradition staff that I worked with and who worked for me. So it was mature adults who were coming up with this stuff. Yeah. Poor buggers, right. Names are funny, right? It's like you figure. Or I always wondered, with a name like Stillwagon, it's, My dad always thought it would be funny to have like a restaurant or a bar or something, and just have a broken down carriage with like 3 wheels instead of 4, or a broken wheel. Hey, guess what? It's a wagon sitting still, a still wagon. Hey. So we made fun of our own name, so all's fair. All's fair. Oh, yes. Got to stay hydrated. On to number 2. A fresh, cold bottle of water. Always wanted to visit the UK, Ireland, Scotland, all those places and stuff. It's beautiful from what I've seen. I've always wanted to visit. And I talked to a guy fairly regularly. Usually it's once a week. Sometimes it's once every few weeks in the UK. And I love just, various cultures and talking to people and seeing how, people say certain things or phrases that people use. But there's this guy that I'm talking about from the UK who we speak to on a somewhat regular basis. It's for my job. He says this one thing. So we have like this conference call that we all jump on, and whenever there's like a lull in the conversation or things get sort of off track from, because we'll talk about like the work related stuff, and then or before we get into like the meat and potatoes of the discussion of the job related things, he might be talking about sports or things going on in the world events, stuff like that. And but when it comes down to it, right, when it's about time for us to, he says, all right, then let's crack on, shall we? And I love it. I love it. Just, I don't know why, but let's crack on, shall we? It's like, I don't know why I like it, but I do. And he could say, like, for me, like that's something I would naturally say. Let's crack on, shall we? Doesn't sound right when I do it. I'd be like, all right, let's get back to it, or carrying on, let's move on or whatever. But when he says it, when he said, yeah, let's crack on, shall we? It's like, that fits. It's perfect. What is it? Wyatt still wagging his Thomas. All right. Oh yeah. I'll take it. Good one. Don't want no dry throat. Definitely not. Not with all this conversation going on. It's been a great discussion for the last 2.5 hours. Wow. The last time I had a live stream this long was it for the one that yeah, it was a 3-hour long live stream that Wyatt was in, that he won the rune set. We did like this trivia thing, and he won, and there was like a whole bunch of it. It was a lot of fun. Really a lot of fun. Can't wait to do another one like this. But shoot, man, here we are 2.5 hours in talking about other cool stuff, and then who knows where we go from there, right? I've got a couple of books over here. I got stories from the lore. I could whip those out, and we can read some stories from the lore too, just to help time go by. Yeah, Connor, you said you use that as well sometimes. Have a crack at it. There you go. Plow on then more. Okay. Oh, is it true, right? Because I used to talk to this guy from Ireland. I had a project that I was working on like years ago, and I had a guy on my team who was from Ireland, and I'm not sure exactly where. But there were certain words that so he would say when it was storming outside and there was thunder is how he would say it. Like the TH was not there. So it was thunder, and I didn't catch it at once. I was like, it's thundering outside, and I'm like, it's what? We got thunder and thunder and rain. I'm like, oh, thunder, And he was like, yeah, thunder, and I was like, all right, I get it. And so I got a kick out of that too, And yeah, I don't know. It's fun, you know. There was a guy that I used to talk to all the time from Australia. He would get, and I know this is a family friendly channel, but when you relieve yourself, it's pissed, right? But this is also a term I think that Australia, pissed, you're drunk. But he would get like, he would call me on Facebook at like 6 o'clock in the morning his time, which was like, whatever o'clock the night before. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, mate, I've been out. I got so many beers. And he would just be blabbering on about whatever. And he had actually come over to the States for a visit. And he had come in, he flown into like Los Angeles and then went and made it out to Texas. And he could not stop talking about Texas. All right. Like the guy loved Texas. He's like, oh, mate, if I move to the States, it's going to be Texas. I love Texas. And he's like, and they love us, mate. They love us because we were talking down there. And he was just going on about how people in Texas love people from Australia. And he's like, and how he much love Australia. And then I was like, well, man, I'd always love to, I'd love to make it out there. It's just, it's so far away. And, the expenses or whatever of getting there and this and that. He's like, well, mate, if you ever come out here, he said, if you ever come out here, I'm going to show you the real Australia. I'm going to show you the real Australia. Not like Crocodile Dundee shit, the real Australia. Sorry for cussing again, but it's, he was so like gone. He would just get to talking about it. He's like, I live in a town where there's like 80 people. I'm like, that's not a town, man. That's like I go to concerts with more people than that, like, but it was, his name was Brett, man. He was awesome. Oh man, a wagon was a train without an engine, basically. I'm reading the comments. Yeah, you're right, Wyatt. Pissed means drunk or angry. Well, he was drunk, for sure. But then he would go into some of like talking about like Australian slangs, things that he's like, what do you think I'm saying when I say this? And I'm like, I have no idea. And you guys got some wild ones, right? Matter of fact, if you can think of like maybe 3 that are, I don't know, worth posting on a family-friendly channel, nothing that's going to be like, I know a lot of a lot of what you got out there tends to be a bit like R-rated or whatever. But if it's all right, and if you can explain, if you can translate, like just post down in the chat, like, here's a phrase, what do you think it means? And let us all guess. I think that would be kind of fun because there are some wild ones, man. I can't even think of them off the top of my head right now, but he would go through. I'm like, what? Where do you even come up with this stuff? And I don't know. I guess it's about being Australian, I guess. I don't know. Troy Hartman, hail and good evening. Or good night, good morning, wherever you are. Troy Hartman, thanks for joining the live stream. Usually at work for these, and it's nice to be able to actually see at least part of it live. Well, man, we've been going now for 2.5 hours strong. No end in sight. Got people from Australia, maybe New Zealand still, I'm not sure. We got a guy here, Connor Hoey over there in Ireland. Wyatt Coverdale holding down the fort in Buffalo, New York. Me down here in Tennessee. So, Troy, appreciate you joining. If you haven't yet, please, I'm sure you have already, but subscribe to the channel and also check out the Linktree link that I just posted in the live chat for all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings. If you feel so inclined and you want to donate, you have the super chat option as well as PayPal. All of that's in the live chat. So be sure to check that out. Post your questions, discussion topics. It's just a heathen talk with Midgard Musings tonight. We're having a bunch of fun, guys. We're talking about all kinds of cool stuff. Accents, making fun of my name. Wyatt's got some zingers over here talking, Thomas the Tank Engine, because I think who that start with. That was maybe Unknown Survivor. But anyway, we're having a good time. Having a great time. All right, Unknown Survivor posted one is a bit more choke, and he would have started. A bit more choke, and he would have started. Is that what it means? Farting loudly in a room full of people? A bit more choke, and he would have started. I don't know. Like, hey, I have no context around that. Like, what does that even mean? Like, That could, like, you could take that in so many different ways. See, I would not have said that. I would not have thought of that. I think if I was to have just read a bit more choking, he would have started. Could, like, if I was to just look at that, I might be like, well, he ate so much he's almost gonna throw up. I don't know. Like, like, that was the last thing that I would have thought about, is farting loudly in a room full of people. No way I would have figured that out. John's in Oklahoma. What's the crick? That's an easy one. Maybe easy. You got me on that one. CRAIC. What's the crick? Cool. Troy's up in Ohio, just north of me in Tennessee. Long-time subscriber, usually YouTube on TV via PS4. It doesn't allow for the comments, but I hear it. Well, cool. Thanks so much for sticking with me for this long. First of all, I know subscribers come and go, and some people lose interest, but really appreciate the long-term support here, man. Much appreciated. Okay, it sounds like crack. Okay, so it means basically what's up. What's the crack? What's the crack? What's the crack? I'll tell you what's the crack. I need more scotch. From earlier, which I got more scotch, so that's the crack. Got more scotch. And water. We're staying hydrated. We're staying hydrated out here, folks. Don't worry. Calm your britches. Cool your jets. Slang is funny, right? Phrases, things that are euphemisms, whatever. Say one thing to mean another. It's funny how they vary across different. Weird. What do you do? What it says? Oh, Wyatt. Let's see here. I saw. Catch up with some of the comments here. I think I have to back up. Have you seen the magnificent Strangers are magnificent creatures. Strange. I have not seen that. So White Cover, what do you do with the drunken sailor? Give him more scotch and start calling him Jesse? Funny thing is, I'm not even drunk. This is just me. Weird. I need more scotch. Definitely a thing. Yeah. Calm your tits. That's it. I've said that before too. There was a thing that my grandfather used to say. What was it? It was something. Ladies and gentlemen, take my advice. And again, you talk about like things that like have no context, don't make no sense, right? My grandfather, he would say, ladies and gentlemen, take my advice, pull down your britches and slide on the ice. I don't know. I don't know what that was there for. I don't know why it existed, why he would say that. Sounds like a horrible idea, as a matter of fact, unless you just like cold, wet bottom. But that was it. He would say that. When an Aussie asks how you doing, it doesn't necessarily mean he wants to know. Maybe just saying hello. Yeah. And I think that's universal, right? How you doing today? You don't really care, right? I mean, most people don't really care. Like, because if you say, well, thank you for asking. Let me tell you how things are going. My wife, this, my kids, that, my job, blah, blah, my cars, my whatever. And then it's like, oh, well, I didn't literally mean, how are you doing? I was just like saying hi. And so I was always be careful of what you ask, because you might get the answer that you are eliciting, but that you don't necessarily want. Be drunk by the end of the live stream? Well, you have high hopes for me, Wyatt Carverdale. Depends on how long the live stream goes, and depends on how much scotch I have. This is number 2 within the last 3 hours, which is light for me. Light for a Friday, put it that way. Average for a Tuesday. But who's counting? Who's keeping track? Don't get your knickers in a twist. Yeah. Don't get your knickers in a twist. Don't get your panties in a wad. It's another one, right? Luck's gonna look at you like you're a loon if you did that. Yeah. Shut up, mate. Yeah. Oh man. What do you guys say for some Asgard stories? What do you say? I usually read from here a little bit during the live streams. Got a good one for you. We got a good one for you. Choo choo. Somebody cue in the, what is it, Thomas the Tank? What's do 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 do. I don't know you know the tune I'm talking about, right? For Thomas the Tank Engine, it's like do do do. It's horrible. You know what I'm talking about, though. You get it. Google it. Don't listen to me. Going. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We got a Lord of the Rings, or excuse me, a Hobbit reference here. Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning whether I want it or not? Or that you feel good this morning, or that it is a morning to be good on? Gandalf. Yeah. Not sure if you were here earlier, yo, Hummer, but since you boasted that and since you mentioned that, did you see this earlier? Recognize that phrase? That might be of particular interest to you. I'm not sure if you saw this when I shared it earlier, but you just posted that quote from The Hobbit, so I had to bring this back up again. Maybe you recognize that. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Yeah, in relation to the how are you doing thing. I've seen the saga of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, big Lord of the Rings fan. Big Tolkien fan. Excuse me. I first read The Hobbit when I was like, man, I was like maybe 10, 11 years old, I think. I read it after watching that animated movie from like 1976 or whatever it was, 77. You know what I'm talking about, that animated Hobbit movie? I remember watching it on VHS. Why, you may not know what that is. But, and I didn't own the tape. We rented it from our public library. Yep. Watched it on VHS tape from the public library. And my mom had the book, which was a very large book that had illustrations, stills from the film, right? So it was an illustrated copy of The Hobbit, but it had pictures from the movie in it, the animated movie in it. So that was my first introduction to J.R.R. Tolkien. Wyatt does, he lives in the 80s. I was just like, well, you can't possibly know what a VHS is. You probably don't even know what a CD is. No, I bet, glad you know. You can get it. But yeah, so that was my first introduction to Tolkien. And then shortly thereafter, started getting into Lord of the Rings, wanted to read Lord of the Rings, and the movies came out. Peter Jackson, the films came out, and I was like, yes, so big fan of that. Shrimp. It's not shrimp on the Barbie. They are prawns. Okay, so yeah, that's tell you what, one of my first, it's like, who hasn't, right? Seen Crocodile Dundee? Like, flat out like a lizard drinking. Flat out. Get out of the way, dopey. You know, get on the right side of the road, you pelican. I don't know. Just things like that, you know, funny little words and phrases, whatever, that just makes me appreciate the wonderful people from down under. And hopefully that's not an offensive term from somebody up here in the northern hemisphere, but down under, southern hemisphere, Australia. I'd love to go there. Still want to go there one of these days. Janet King's still here. All right, cool. So we're going to get into some readings from the lore, everybody. Now, if you haven't been here for the readings of the lore before, and you're not familiar with this book that I'm about to read from, Asgard Stories. Foster and Cummings is a Silver Burdett and Company publication. Foster and Cummings authored it. The great thing about this book, or the really cool thing about this book, is some of the illustrations in it. But I've always liked to call to attention the age of this book. So here you guys and gals go. You got to try to get it where you can see. Yep, that date says 1901, which means this book here is almost 120 years old. And it was gifted to me by my one of the very few people who I call brother and mean it. Heathen brother of mine. And it has been in his family for forever, for generations. And he gifted it to me last on my birthday. So this is very special. And I always read at least a story or two from this book during these live streams. So you drive backwards too? Why not upside down? I thought you guys drive upside down, right? Everything's upside down over there. Is my face on your screen upside down? Probably is, because you're in Australia. Being with the folk, talking, just having a good time in general with like-minded people, it's beautiful. It is, man. You know, now again, granted, we are this is like a virtual thing. Like we're all here just kind of, you know, in our own respective places talking, but this has something, right? This means something. And I hope that it's bringing some enjoyment and joy and fun to everyone who's watching. It feels like it is. So I'm glad that you're all here for this. Ireland's basically a small Australia. Champions. That's another word. Champions. You guys use that like, champion this and champion that. Yeah. The guy that I was talking about earlier, we're going to get into the stories. Don't worry. We're going to get there. Got time. The guy that I was talking about earlier, Brett, you know, we'd be talking about something and be, oh yeah, champion. And he would just like throw that out there, like in context or in ways that I wouldn't normally, you know, you guys use it so much. That and legend, right? Legend, I think, is another one. Champion and legend. And I'm just like, I want to start using these words, these like not normally used words for just various things, you know, like, man, you know, drinking half a bottle of scotch during a live stream reading Norse mythology, legend. Champion, I don't know. Don't want to get into the weeds, but is what it is. Yeah. An alligator. Connor's 14 and would chug a pint in 7 seconds. Connor, you're 14? Whoo! You're the second youngest in the crowd. All right. Mirrored and reversed. I thought so. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there one of these days. I'm going to be like putting my shoes on the wrong feet. You know, clothes going to be inside out. Doing this number here. Anyway. All right. So let's get into the storytelling, shall we? The punishment of Loki. Told you it was going to be a good one. So, like I said, everybody, this book is over 100 or almost 120 years old. No telling how many hands this has passed, how many ears these words have entered in in person or through this, through this camera here out into your living rooms, into your porches, into your cars, wherever you're sitting, your bedroom, whatever. So let's go ahead and read about the punishment of Loki. Now, when Loki was driven out by the mighty Thor from Aegir's palace hall, he knew that he could never again be allowed to come among the gods in Asgard. Many times has this mischievous fire god brought trouble and sorrow to the Aesir. But now he had done the most cruel deed of all. He had slain Balder the Good, and had driven all light and joy from Asgard. Far away he fled among the mountains, hoping that no one would find him there. And near a lovely mountain stream, he built for himself a hut with four doors looking north, east, south, and west, so that if the wise Allfather on his high air throne in Asgard should see him and send messengers to punish him, the watchful Loki could see them coming and escape by the opposite door. He spent most of the days and nights thinking how he could get away from the Aesir. If I ran into the stream and turned myself into a fish, he thought, I wonder if they could catch me. I could keep out of the way of a hook, but then there are nets. Aegir's wife has a wonderful thing like a net for catching fish, and that would be far worse than a hook. Well, when Loki thought of the net, he began to wonder how it was made. And the more he thought, the more he wished he could make one so as to see how a fish could keep from getting caught in it. He sat down by the fire in his little hut, took a piece of cord, and began to make a fish net. He had merely finished it when, looking up through the open door, he saw 3 of the Aesir in the distance coming toward his hut. Loki well knew that they were coming to catch him, and quickly throwing his net into the fire, he ran to the stream, changed himself into a beautiful spotted salmon, and leaped into the water. A moment later, the 3 gods entered the hut, and one of them spied the fish net burning in the fire. "See," cried he, "Loki must have been making this net to catch fish. He always was a good fisherman, and now this is just what we want for catching him." So they snatched the last bit of the net from the fire, and by looking at it, found out how to make another, which they took with them to the bank of the stream. The first time the net was put into the water, Loki hid between 2 rocks, and the net was so light that it floated past him. But the next time, it had a heavy stone weight, which made it sink down, till Loki saw he could not get away unless he could leap over the net. He did this, but Thor, seeing him, waded out into the stream, where he threw the net again, so that Loki must jump a second time or else go out into the deep sea. And as he leaped, Thor stooped and caught him in his hand. But the fish was so slippery that Thor could hardly hold it. In the struggle, the salmon's tail was pinched so tightly by the thunder god's strong fingers that it was drawn out to a point, and the old stories say that this is why salmon tails are so pointed ever since. Thus was Loki caught in his own trap, and dreadful was his punishment. The Aesir chained him to a high rock and placed a great poisonous serpent hanging over the cliff above his head. If it had not been for Loki's good, faithful wife, he would have died of the poisons that dripped from the snake's mouth. She watched by her husband, holding a cup above him to catch the poison. Only when she had to turn aside to empty the cup did the drops fall upon Loki. Then they gave him such terrible pain that he shook the earth with his struggles, and the people in Midgard fled from the dreadful earthquake. In Iceland, the great geysers, springs of hot waters, burst through the earth, and in the southlands, burning ashes and lava poured down the mountainsides. There, chained to the cliff, the cruel, mischievous Loki was to lie until the twilight of the gods, the dark day of Ragnarok, when all the mighty evil monsters and beasts would get free, and the terrible battle be fought between them and the gods of Asgard. And that is the story of the punishment of Loki, as told by Asgard Stories, Foster and Cummings, Silver, Burdett and Company. We may read another one. We got time. Give you a guess what the next story is going to be about. We just mentioned it a little bit towards the end of that one. But let's discuss a few things a little bit more. Let's first let me catch up back to the comments. Let me see where we left off here. Troy says, you guys need to read the Havamal verse on overindulging alcohol. Yeah, I'm familiar. Fortunately, my tolerance is high and I'm not overindulging. I'm just enjoying. Hell yeah. Let's see. I think it's like maybe Once Upon a Time. Corner of a channel. Yep. Yeah, guys, definitely subscribe to Wyatt's channel, please. He's got some cool stuff out there. He does regular, I don't know if he has a schedule for his videos per se, but fairly regular content, and it's interesting. I like it. So definitely show him your support. Let's see here. Now, so here. Take the pumps if possible. Ashtrays and coasters aren't safe. You're a heavyweight yourself. Well, it's because you're Irish, right? Age doesn't matter, right? You're Irish. You're just like born with a tumbler in your hand, more or less. So yeah, between Asgard Stories and I've also got Norse Tales and Myths, Epic Tales. Kind of a neat, like, prose fashion being adopted here in you know, a bit more material than this down here. This kind of like more like bedtime stories format, you know, something short, sweet, gets the kids engaged. This here has, you know, more of the stories, and it's all done like, feels to me like reading through it. It's like it's very prose in its fashion. So you've got, you know, your introduction, you got your creation myths, you got the legends, stories of excuse me, Odin and Frigg, stuff about Loki, Thor, Freya, Njord, Heimdall, how Tyr lost his hand, the Norn's web, Hermod, Vidar, Vali, Varseti, Uller, so many of the different gods. Then you got some introductions about the giants, dwarves, and elves. You got the Sigurd saga, story of Frithjof the Bold, story of Gunnlaug the Worm Tongue and Raven the Scald, story of Grettir the Strong, the Laxidela saga, excuse me, the death of Balder, Ragnarok, all that kind of stuff. Really good. Like, I think it was like maybe $20, Barnes and Noble. They've got ones for other stories as well. So they got, you know, it's epic tales. They've got Celtic myths and tales. I think they've got Roman myths and tales. So like, you know, the Roman gods, the Greek gods, things like that. They got like a whole series of things. Really fun read. So if you're into stories of mythology and that sort of thing, check it out. Hey, you know what? No problem, Wyatt. I mean, it's, hey, you're here, we're all here. Might as well make the most of it, right? Feel like you might do the same for me or anybody else. So it's no problem at all. I hope it works out. You're almost like to what? Like, I don't know. Last I checked, you were 70 subscribers or something like that. It would be cool. Like between everybody here, there's there was between 18 and now there's like 11 live viewers. If everybody like went and subscribed right now, you might get to 100 subscribers before the end of the night. So that would be awesome. That'd be wicked cool. All right, Troy. Well, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your support. Stay safe out there. Thank you very much for your kind words. I appreciate it. You're allowed to piss in territory. Territory. Is it territory or territory? Because if you're Australian, you get rid of some of the vowels, right? Like, it's not Australia, it's Australia. It's not territory, it's territory. Or am I just making things up? Could be making up things. I don't know. I've heard things and I've seen things, man. I've heard some things and some stuff, and all those things and stuff could be wrong with the uses of terms and stuff. So lazy speak. I mean, I think the same way. From like my friend in Australia that I was mentioning earlier, Brett, like he would concur with you on that. It's like southern it's like the southern language of the United States, like parts of Australia that are that way, or maybe Australia as a whole. I don't know. Big place. I don't want to like lump everybody into the same demographic here, but that'd be like saying, well, everybody in the United States, uses y'all and ain't. Yeah, not really. I don't say y'all because I'm not from the South. If I use an improper term to respectively to describe a group of people, it ain't y'all, it's all yous. Because I'm from up north, I'm from New York, and that's all he is the but there you go, right? The South, it's like, well, you're using 3 different words. You're using all of yous. Why don't just say y'all? So they condense it and they make it simpler, perhaps. It's definitely condensed. Simpler, I don't know. Yeah. Better is better. Later is later. Shorten everything and add an A at the end. Shorten everything and add an A at the end. All y'all. Yeah, but doesn't y'all already kind of cover that, right? Because y'all, what is you all, right? You all. You could say you all, which is, but then all y'all. I mean, I have heard that, but like, really, what are you saying? Like, why don't you say y'all, right? What's all y'all? And that's kind of like extra work. It's like worrying about swimming in the rain. Like, you're already wet. What does the rain mean? Like, who cares? You're already wet. You're already swimming. All of you all. Well, now you're just complicating things, John. Come on. All of you all yes. All of you all yes. All of you all yes. No. You know what I think? Well, actually, you know what I know? I know that after 3 hours of live streaming, things are getting kind of funny and weird. And it's not the scotch. I can promise you that. I think it's just the fact that I'm sitting here and streaming for this length of time. But it feels like nothing. but it's so much of something. Travis totally zoned out. I'm reading through the comments up there. It says Travis totally zoned out and forgot that you were in the live stream for a second. Oops. But yeah, I sometimes forget. Tell you what's really scary. You ever zone out if you're driving? Don't do this, kids. Don't do this. Don't zone out when you're driving. But have you ever been like on a long stretch of road? Like as I used to, drive for a living. And sometimes you get on like the interstate and some of these like long stretches of flat road and it's like dark outside or it's no traffic and you're like listening to music and you're just like vibing or whatever. The next thing you know, you've gone like 15 miles and you're like, what? That's scary. That like is like a minor like free. Like, oh man, I need to stop, get out, walk around, punch myself, something, wake myself up because there is no good reason why you should be zoning out so much that you just lost 15 miles under your belt driving a vehicle. So at least you zoned out while you were sitting in a live stream and you weren't like zoning out driving down the road. And then, oh my gosh, I just missed my exit 10 miles ago. It's happened. Happened more than once. Why did I add an H to once? It's once, not once. See what happens when you are me? Yeah, it is. It is hard to avoid in those long drives. Unknown survivor. No, I am definitely sure that I'm not drunk, Wyatt. I don't stream when I'm drunk. I've streamed when I've been like fairly tipsy. Matter of fact, I've done several Scotch tastings during live streams, and it's that has been interesting. Held it together, but like afterwards, I was like, whew, do not taste more than a few scotches during a live stream consecutively. Matter of fact, I did one live stream one time. I can't even remember what it was for. Might have been for like my 1,000 subscriber milestone or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, I had Jameson. Connor, you're still here. Irish whiskey. And I was celebrating something, right? It was like, yeah, we're having, it's a celebrating a live stream celebration of a milestone of something or another. It might have been that 1,000 subscribers. Probably made, did some item giveaways and things like that during the live stream. But I did 6 shots of Jameson in an hour. Flat out. 6 shots of Jameson in an hour, which may not sound like much, but it wasn't watered down. So you got to figure that's like one shot every 10 minutes, less than, back to back almost. And wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend doing that again. But so you got to figure, I add ice to my scotch. It's watered down. It's been 3 hours. These are like, 4 or 6 ounce tumblers. Excuse me. That's from the water, by the way. You drink a lot of water. And talk a lot, all that air built up. But yeah, I'm fine. What's happening is, getting restless. Can you imagine what happened if we did like a 24-hour live stream? I've seen some channels that do that. Channels that are much bigger than mine. It makes more sense for them to do it, but 24 hours? I mean, almost 3 hours and 11 minutes in, and I'd have to have a lot more stuff to be talking about. But yeah, definitely don't do 6 shots of Jameson within the hour. Moderately sober still. I am actually not even tipsy. Like, I'm not even getting that, funny feeling in my nose. But I'm vibing with you guys, you know what I mean? Like, we're talking, we're exchanging conversation, we're getting into the whole thing. losing viewers here and there, but you guys are staying true. So a minute ago it was 11 viewers, now it's 8. 20 minutes ago it was 18. So it's trickling down. We're people are probably getting tired of this malarkey, but what else are we gonna do? Yep, 7. Now we lost another one. Makes me think of that song. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, Con, thanks. Says, just want to put it out there that not all Irish people like Guinness. Some people say it's a drink that you learn to love over time. I heard someone compare it to wine. Fair enough. I feel like that's an unfair stereotype. You know what I mean? That all Irish people like, Guinness or whiskey, or that, all Irish people are drunks, or they all like to drink. Hey, it's probably a reason for that stereotype, but it's, stereotypes are weird. So that's a fair assessment. I know plenty of people who don't like Guinness that aren't Irish. I personally like it, but I like stouts and I like porters as far as my beers go. So I do like Guinness. Few drinks of Fireball whiskey, John. Cool. You mix it with anything? See, Fireball for me is like one of those things that I have to mix with other stuff, and I can't like drink it straight, and I can't drink a lot of it. Way too sweet for me. Too sugary. But to each their own. Some truckers drive between 12 to 18 hours. I'll tell you what, the longest I've ever driven straight without any sleep was about 13 hours. Only stopped for gas, get out, stretch my legs, and I drove from here from like Nashville to just past Houston, Texas. I was on my way to Flagstaff, Arizona, which is like a 23-hour drive from Nashville if you don't like just nonstop driving. And I had myself driving and a partner. And I would say, every bit of 18 hours driving collectively. Because this guy that I had not used to driving long distances, he'd like be stopping every 2 hours, getting coffee, stepping outside, walking, whatever. And I'm like, dude, we got to make up some freaking time here, man. Just let me get behind. Let me get like a 2-hour power nap and let me just take over. So, and then he'd go back there and like fall asleep, like snoring and everything. I'm like, whatever. I turn my music on, get into the zone, and put the rubber to the road and just go. But out of that 23 hours, I probably drove a good 17 or 18 of it. 13 of which was like straight off the rip. Got most of the trip done, most of the way there. So it takes a while to get used to, but it's a rough lifestyle for sure. Unknown Survivors is those bottled waters. Test the pH level and see how acidic the water is. It's not neutral like it should be. Nah, yeah, I've heard it. I've read that. I probably put worse things in my body before, but it's a fair assessment, and I'm probably get the same quality of water out of my tap. To be honest with you, I mean it's city water, so I mean I'm not like a water snob, you know what I mean? But you're probably right. Thick and disgusting. You're talking about Guinness. It's rich. Okay. Stouts, porters, but those stouts, beers that are stouts are very rich and dense. So they're not like one of those beers that you just like throw back 15 of and have a good time. No, they are an enjoying type of beer. At least I don't. I mean, I can't have more than like one or like maybe 2 Guinnesses, not because of the alcohol getting to me, but because I just feel full, right? I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to have anything anymore because of that, the richness of it all. So it's each their own. Just had that thought. Yeah, strong drink. Mix it with coffee or soda. Your Fireball, mix it with coffee or soda. There's a nice mixed drink. It's like a cinnamon. I think it's called cinnamon toast crunch or French toast or something. So it's like, I can't remember all what's in it, but it's Fireball because it's like, you know, cinnamon whiskey, and then I think it's Bailey's or any kind of Irish cream, and then maybe butterscotch liqueur, schnapps. I can't remember what else, but it's like 3 different things, and it's a you know, mixer, but you do shots of it, and it tastes like the cereal, like Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal. Let's see here. Fourth most consuming country, being ahead of the Aussies and behind Russia. Yeah, so for like, yeah, Ireland, like alcohol consumption, yeah, like statistics don't lie. Who here has tried or drank rum? You say rum? Why'd you put rum in quotation marks? Did I say Croatian marks? Quotation marks. Why did you put rum in quotation marks? Later, Travis. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Good to see you. Yes, I have drank rum before, but I am not a fan. Funny story. Funny story about rum. I'll tell you guys a funny story. So again, I'm not a rum fan. I don't like, rum's not my thing, right? However, there is 1 or 2 rums that I've tried that I like, and because I don't do like mixers, right? Like I mentioned before, like I'm not a big like soda drinker, you know, so like rum and cokes aren't really a thing for me. It's like, that's just, it's a waste of alcohol, right? I don't do a lot of mixed drinks. I like my whiskey or bourbons just either neat or on the rocks or something to just chill it up a little bit. If it's a single malt, it's always going to be neat. If it's a single malt Scotch, always going to be neat. But anyways, the funny story about rum is, or as John would say, rum. So my wife had gotten some rum, and Bacardi is a brand, right? We probably all know that. Bacardi, you know, you got Captain Morgan, you got Sailor Jerry, you got all these different brands. So she got a bottle as a gift that is like a limited edition, and it's a Bacardi rum, but it had something to do with like some sort of Cuban mix, some sort of Cuban blend of some sorts. Anyways, the name on the label, right? Matter of fact, let me put it down in chat, but I'm going to spell it out for you as well. So, yeah. So this is the name. I just put it in chat. This is the name of the rum that she got, that she wanted me to try, and I thought, wow, this is good. I like this rum. She's like, yeah, well, it's limited edition, or they don't make it anymore. It's really hard to find. You can't get it. So I looked at it, and I'm like, huh, okay. It's Cuban, right? I'm thinking some sort of Caribbean, Spanish influence in the name, okay? So we had a bunch of people over here like a few weeks ago, a month ago, so before we went up to New York. Was that the week before we went up to New York? You know, three weeks ago or so. And we were playing games, playing Cards Against Humanity, playing a whole bunch of fun games, having a real good time, having some drinks. Anyway, this rum came out. And I'm thinking like, oh, I got to tell these people about this. I'm like, guys, I don't even like rum. This stuff is great. Yeah, what is it? And I pull it out. It's this Bacardi. And I look at the label. And that's like, oh, yeah, it's this Cuban special, you know, blend of something. And I'm like, I call it, right? I look at the label and I said, it's called Mejor Lazur. And everybody stops what they're doing and they look at me like I got 3 heads. And they go, you mean Major Lazer? And I look back at the label and I'm like, well, that's yeah, this. And they're like the DJ, Major Lazer. I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of him. I'm like, the only reason I said that is because it's a Spanish-Cuban blend of something. And I'm like, I'm thinking like major is mejor because it's Spanish, right? And I don't know. I threw like some sort of Espanol flair on the laser part of that mejor laser, and they start cracking up laughing. And like, dude, it's major laser. That's it. I'm like, you don't have to make it fancy. They're like, you don't have to make. I'm like, well, this is it. That's why I don't drink rum, right? This is why I stick to my scotches. That's why I stick to things that I know I can pronounce, right? Glenmorangie, Glenfiddich, Glenlivet, like all these things. Like I know I can pronounce those things. Lafroy, you know, whatever. I can pronounce all that stuff. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. Don't ask me to pronounce major laser. Well, I know how to say it now, but yeah, no, it's not mejor laser, like some sort of idiot. It's major laser. It's a DJ, I guess, and it's like his label brand, whatever, that he teamed up with Bacardi to make, and I made something that was not fancy, tried to make it more fancy, and yeah, that's why I do not drink rum. But like, that's just your opinion, man. Yeah, right. What? I was trying to say white Russians, and I was about to say right Wussians. Wescowy Webbit. Words are hard. Yeah, I don't think I even do a 24-hour live stream at this point, you guys. I mean, 3.5 hours in, and I'm like delirious over here. Maybe I need to drink more water. Travis, we all said goodbye, but you're still here. Sorry if we like made you feel like you're being pushed out. I think we just saw your thing and said, well, he's leaving. Let's all say bye. But you're here. So if you're still here, that's great. If you're not, cool. The dude abides. Major in English means better. You mean like, are you trying like major, major, or mejor? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Now you're gonna make me look it up, aren't you? Remember this one time? No, I'm not even gonna do it because I'm gonna keep. Nope, not gonna do it. I remember this one time I was doing a live stream and started talking about chickens and roosters and stuff like that. I don't even remember what the context of it was, but I start like thinking weird things about like why a rooster is called a rooster, because he's roosting. Like when you go to roost, you go to like when wild turkeys go to roost, they fly up, so they are roosting, you know. And somebody was like, well, why is a rooster called a rooster? Is he the rooster? Is he the one that's roosting? Don't chickens roost? I'm like, well, chickens are the females. And I'm like, got this thing. It was nuts. It was I shouldn't have been streaming live that night. Is probably what I took away from that. Rookie error. Rookie move. Have I ever watched The Big Lebowski? Of course. Of course. Yes. That's why we got the references. The J has an H sound. That's right. That's why I said the rum the way I said it, right? Because I thought, well, it's a Cuban rum, mejor, and I thought it's special, right? It's got some sort of Caribbean spice or something to it. I don't know. So I go, mejor laser. It's major laser, you dits. You know? But I'll take your word for it, John. I'll definitely take your word that major means better in English. Mejor. Mejor means better in English. The Spanish word mejor means better. Take your word for it. Oh, Connor, let's see. Can you say? Oh, goodness. Always find it funny with other countries trying to pronounce Irish phrases. So the first one, is it going out on a limb here? Is it Tiofe? I don't know. That's probably way off. And then the next one is just L with an A. Arle. Tiafe Arle. Tiarfe Arle. I don't. Boy, that sounds horrible. Doesn't sound Gaelic at all. What? Chukurla. It sounds like I'm speaking gibberish when I say it. Good grief. Doing an injustice. Doing a disservice to your native language. That's the pronunciation. So, Chuk or La. Chuk or La. Is the E silent? Chuk or La. Did I say it right? What does it mean? And don't. Chukke Arla. Chukke Arla. Chukke Arla. Is that right? The E is heavy. Chukke Arla. Chukke Arla. I feel like this is going to go somewhere, and I'm going to be on Reddit or something one of these days. Chukke Arla. Chukke Arla. The E is heavy. The E is heavy, man. The E is heavy. How do you say it? How do you make an E heavy? Is it Chuck E, Chuck E, Chuck? That's a fun one. It means up. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? If it means that, and if I said it right, I don't know what I get for the Chukul Arla. I don't know, man. Whew. Why am I having such a hard time saying words? Fe. Man. I feel like I should get a prize after the end of this. You know what I get? More scotch. Everyone's a winner here. You get to laugh at me for mispronouncing Gaelic, and I get another sip of whiskey. So, and I get to hit the vape. And we got 6 live viewers. See that whole thing, that whole exchange right there? People were looking at me going, the heck with this guy. He can't even speak right. Okay. Oh, yeah. Unknown Survivor took off. Yeah. Well, heck, man. Like, what is it? Noon or something like that in Australia? Australia. I feel like Gaelic would be a fun language to learn, but it would totally like mess with your mind the whole time because you'd be looking at things going that those letters should not make that sound. Like as an English speaker, like we would be looking at that and going, what? But I would still think it would be like a fun experience. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at okay, cool, Travis. So 0 water pitcher. Yeah, that's been the best $50 I spent. Drink about 8 bottles a day. No more plastic waste. Awesome. Better for you, better for the environment. Fantastic. I wonder if we're going to get any more live streamers. Live viewers in the live stream. Oh, well. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. Let me share the link real quick. If you guys want some more people to come in here and chit-chat it up, share the link around. Which is what I'm about to do. But I got to say, you know, maintaining double digits in the live stream for that length of time, that was fun. Oh, there we go. Chocolate. Why am I was so obsessed with this? Thank you, Connor. You ruined me. It's so hard to learn. Well, at least I'm not the only one that's saying that. Spanish is quite hard to learn. Actually, you know what? I did start learning some Spanish years ago. I didn't have that hard of a time with it. I started learning German too, even before that. And I was also learning Russian because I have a friend from Belarus who was teaching me Russian. So I know the Cyrillic alphabet. I can read Russian. I can pick up on words, and mostly get what they're saying. In terms of like speaking it and then having a conversation, though, I'm like, because it's been so long. It's been like a decade or so since I've used it. But there was a friend of mine from Belarus that was living here on a work visa at the time. Now he lives here now. He had to go back to Belarus there for a few years and get things straightened up with the consulate, as it were. And now he's back over here and he's married, got a beautiful daughter, kind of fun stuff. But man, when he was first over here, we got to a point where he was teaching me stuff, or after a few months, he would mostly speak to me in Russian, even if I didn't understand. He's like, "You're only going to learn if you're exposed to it." So it's like being in a different country, right? That's speaking a totally different language than your native language. He said, when I came over here to the United States, he's like, I knew just a small handful of phrases and some words. He's like, all of the English that I learned in the last few years was through exposure. He's like, so you've got to immerse yourself. You got to, be totally, engrossed in it. You can't just like take lessons. Like you have to hear it, you have to read it, you have to speak it. You like go around your house, put sticky notes on things, whatever. Everything that you look at has to be in the language that you're trying to learn. He was very like spearheaded the whole thing. And I like that approach. And I learned a lot in a very short period of time. But unfortunately, if you don't use it, I could probably relearn a lot of it. And like I said, if I read it and I see it, I'm like, I recognize what they're saying. I get the gist of it. But trying to speak it now, it'd be rough. Back up to 8. Hey, we got a few more. Hail and welcome to the 3 hour and 33 minute long live stream, which is going on for who knows how much longer. Ended up a few minutes behind. You know what? That could just be the lag in the stream or the connection where you are. Who knows? Could stay here all day, going for 4 hours now. You know what? We are almost going for 4 hours. 3 hours and 33 minutes, Wyatt. You're a beast, son. You're a beast. Sticking with it. All of you are. Everybody here who's sticking around and just chit-chatting with me about, all kinds of fun stuff. I think it's about time for another story, we say. Now, we just read about we previously read about the punishment of Loki. And what do you think might be the next story in line? Getting closer towards the end of the book. This being the end, of course. Matter of fact, this is the last story of the book. So what do you think the last story of a book like this might be? Any guesses? Any ideas? John, thank you. I've been enjoying having you here. I've been enjoying having everyone here. It's been a lot of fun, very relaxing, very enjoyable. You guys have been great. Guys and gals have been great. A lot of support, a lot of love. Totally feel it. Much appreciated. These will probably actually, since you're all still here, these will probably be a very regular thing. I'd like to have a regular recurrence of these. I don't know if it's going to be Friday nights, Saturday nights, whatever. Probably Friday nights. 7 to 8 o'clock starting. Who knows how long they're going to go for? We'll see. We'll definitely see. They will hopefully be a regular recurrence. Wyatt Coverdale and Connor, like your style, you already know what's up. It is Ragnarok. Now, does anybody here know who's not Wyatt Coverdale? Because I already know he knows what Ragnarok means. What the word means. Anybody know? Connor, this is your first stream. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the support. Thank you for hanging out. Um, John's asking, do you have a video of every part with that book being read out loud? No, I don't. They have been stretched out over various live streams. And I have like a playlist on here on the channel called Bragi's Corner, which is a storytelling subset of the channel. It's like a playlist where I've taken stories from the lore. It's not a very long playlist, but I've taken different stories from the lore and I've added my own flair to it. So I wasn't like reading straight from a book. I was like taking the story and just adding my own je sais quoi, or I was adding my own style to it. So you can check out that playlist. It's called Bragi's Corner. I haven't added anything to it in a while. Probably will. I've been sticking mostly to some of the deeper delving type stuff of heathenry here lately. Not so much the entertainment side of things when it comes to the main content. But I do need to add more stuff to that. Need to get back into the deity discussions, actually, too, as a matter of fact. Connor has not a Scooby, which I'm thinking has not a clue as to what Ragnarok is. Whisper it to him. Ragnarok. I will give you a hint. Amon Amarth did a song about this. About what Ragnarok is. What Ragnarok means. So Connor has not a Scooby. Not a clue, I'm assuming. Wyatt is over there going, I know you know. We know you know. You might have to tell the class. You might have to share with the class. Darkest days of man when all ends. It is. It is. So, darkest before the dawn is what? I'll give you some more hints. Darkness before the dawn is... Darkest day when all ends. It's a you know, ending is a operative term. Darkness before light is what? I know you know it. I know you know this word. The light that comes up when it's dark out and then before the dawn hits, that light. Or even if you look at it the opposite way, the light before the dark, the darkness that comes when the light that comes after the darkness that comes after light. What's that period of time? A new beginning. You're getting there. Yes, twilight. Twilight of the gods is what Ragnarok is. It's the twilight of the gods. And that is the name of this chapter. The twilight of the gods. Ragnarok. Good job, everybody. Love the answers. You know, horizon, you know, new beginnings. Excellent. Good feedback. Good stuff. So here we go. Final chapter of Asgard stories. Excuse me. Gotta hydrate the pipes. All right, here we go. Everybody's still hanging on. Twilight of the Gods. Loki and Fenrir the wolf were safely bound, each to his separate cliff. But still happiness and peace did not return to Asgard, for Balder was no longer there, and light and joy had gone from the home of the gods. The Aesir felt that the twilight of the gods, which Odin knew was to come, must be near. Soon began a long, cold winter. Surely it must be the beginning of the Fimbulvinter, which was to come before the last great battle. From the north came cold blasts of freezing wind. Snow and ice covered the earth. Men could not see the face of the sun or the moon. Everywhere there was darkness. The people grew fierce and unhappy and wicked, for they seemed no longer to love each other. So the evil deeds of men kept on, and the fierce frost giants grew stronger and stronger. They killed the trees and flowers, and bound the lakes and rivers with icy bands. Even when summertime came, the cold still held on, and no one could see the green grass or the beautiful golden sunlight. The frost giants were pleased to see the trouble they had brought upon men, and hoped they soon could destroy Asgard and the gods. 3 long winters passed, with no light to warm and brighten the world. After that, still 3 other dreary winters. And then the eagle who sat on the top of the great world tree, Yggdrasil, gave a loud, shrill cry. At that, the earth shook. The rocks crumbled and fell, so that Loki and the wolf were freed from their chains. The waters of the deep ocean rose and rolled high over the land, and up above the waves, writhing out of the deep, came the monster Midgard serpent to join in the last battle. Now the enemies of the gods were gathering from all sides. The frost giants, the mountain giants, with Loki, Fenrir, and the Midgard serpent. Heimdall, the faithful watchman, looked from his watchtower by the rainbow bridge, and when he saw the host of monsters appearing and raging toward Asgard, he blew his magic horn, Gjallar, which was the signal of warning to the gods. When Father Odin heard the blast of Heimdall's horn, he hastened to arm himself for the battle. Once again, it is said, the All-Father sought wisdom at Mimir's fountain, asking to know how best to lead the Aesir against the enemies. But when Mimir said to him, no one ever knew, for a second call sounded from the Gjallar horn. And the gods, with Odin at their head, rode forth from Asgard to meet their foes. Thor took place beside Odin, and they were soon parted in the struggle. The thunder god fell upon his old enemy, the serpent, whom twice before he had tried to slay. And after a fierce fight, he at last conquered and slew the monster. But the poisonous breath from the serpent's mouth overcame the mighty Thor, and he also fell. Heimdall and Loki came face to face, and each slew each other. Thus, every one of the gods battled each with his foe, till at last the darkness grew deeper, and all, both gods and giants, lay dead. Then fire burst forth, raging from Utgard to Asgard, and all the worlds were destroyed in that dreadful day of Ragnarok. But this was not the end of all. After many months and years and even centuries had passed, a new world began to appear, with the fair ocean and the beautiful land, with a bright, shining sun by day and the moon and stars by night. Then once more the light and heat from the sun made the grass and trees grow and the flowers bloom. Balder and Hoder came to this beautiful new world and walked and talked together. Thor's sons were there too, and with them the hammer Mjolnir, no longer for use against giants, but for helping men build homes. 2 people, a man and a woman, who were kept safe through the raging fire, now came to dwell on the earth, and all their children and grandchildren lived at peace with each other in this beautiful new world. Balder and Hoder talked often of the old days when the Aesir dwelt in Asgard, before Loki, the wicked one, brought darkness and trouble to them. With loving words they spoke of Odin and Frigg, and the brave Tyr, who gave his right hand to save the Aesir, of mighty Thor and faithful Heimdall, of lovely Freya with her beautiful necklace, and of fair Idun's garden, where they used to sit and eat her magic apples. But still, they said, we know now that this new world is fairer than the old, and here also the loving All-Father watches over his children. And there we have it, folks. Made it through. Not in consecutive order, but over several live streams, and you were here for it. The final chapter of Asgard Stories right here on Midgard Musings. So that was fun, and that was a great chapter. I enjoyed that. Very, very compelling and very exciting. So, too smart for your own good. Yeah, 3 long winter years will pass, and Jormungandr will rise. Yep. Ragnarok will begin. Yep. It's a fantastic story. Thank you, Connor. Glad you enjoyed that. Glad everyone enjoyed that. I enjoyed reading it. So, yeah, it's been quite a live stream here tonight, going on 4 hours. Thank you, John. Yeah, it's a great book. True story. I had not read this book in its entirety before these live streams. I had skimmed through it, looked at it, and everything. So you could say that we all finished this book together for the first time in my hands. And maybe it becomes something for the Broggy's Corner series, because I like the format. The stories are short. They make for good short videos, which retention, audience retention is an important thing. So for repeatable content, these make for good stories. So you might see more of them, or you might see this again in the Broggy's Corner series. Not more of them in the sense of that there's nothing else besides this. There's no more of this, but yeah, might add it to the playlist section. You guys think that would be cool? I think it would be. If you guys enjoyed listening to it live, I think it would be enjoyed by others. To be able to watch it in a kind of a repeat. I also do a podcast. I don't know if you guys knew it. I did a podcast on Anchor, which distributes the material across multiple platforms. So my podcast would get, sorry for the shake. My podcast would get put out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iTunes, Google Podcasts, Spotify, some of the other ones that I don't readily know. And so these would probably be good for that too. I think people would like that because they're short, they're quick to get through, and so what podcasts are for, right? You can tell stories and have discussions. But so yeah, all of that is in the link tree that's been posted. So you guys are familiar with the channel. You probably know what's down in the description. But I've been posting it all night. The link tree link. It's like the one-stop shop. Mentioned it before, and the Anchor FM link is there, as I recall. Let me double check. Yeah, it's there. So you follow that link tree, click on the podcast URL, that little section or whatever that shows up there, and boom, there you go. I have content there. I just haven't added anything in a long time, which I need to do. Making a Snapchat group chat for heathens. Nice. Yeah, Amino, I used to do something totally unrelated to heathenry a while back, several years ago, and it was all music related. It was heavy metal music, but it was a worldwide thing. We had 30-something thousand fan base, but it was all dedicated towards local unsigned extreme metal music acts, that sort of thing. And one of my writers used Amino to publish his blogs and stuff on. Got a lot of good traffic from that site to our site, our Facebook page. It was called Metalhead Alliance, and had a pretty good strong run. I had a nice team of bloggers and things, and we worked. I had contacts with record labels and PR companies and things like that. We landed interviews with some pretty well-known metal bands and acts and band members. Got press credentials and stuff for shows and stuff. It was pretty cool. But one of my writers, he was from Syria, and he lived in Germany. And he published a lot of his stuff through Amino, and then got a lot of good traffic generated. It was a great platform. So, oh, cool. Discord servers, yeah. I don't mess around with Discord. I use for work. I use Slack, which is pretty much almost like Discord. But there's a lot of value there too. So that's cool. Social media besides YouTube. Do I have any other social media besides YouTube? Facebook. I have an Instagram, but I don't use it. Like, my wife was usually the one that because I don't fool with Instagram. It's changed a lot over like the last 5-6 years when last I used it, so I don't know what it's like now. I never got into. I tried getting into like Twitter. Not my thing. Didn't work for me. So Facebook and YouTube are the only social media platforms that I use right now. Anchor.fm is where I have the podcast on, but you can find me on Spotify, Google Podcast, iTunes, and some of the other smaller podcast distributors. Yeah. So, but it's cool, Wyatt. I mean, being here on YouTube is a big thing anyway. So that's a huge thing. So no worries there. Like I said, podcasts aren't like social media per se. Like, you can listen to a podcast on radio, internet radio. So a lot of podcasters will do stuff on YouTube as well. And one of these days, hopefully, I'll get a better camera, because I know, like, I'm using much as my laptop camera. The frame rate and everything is not the greatest. I know you guys can hear me pretty good, but it's just a regular Dell laptop, and the lighting and everything is not the greatest. One of these days, hopefully, I will, which is what the donations and stuff for the channel help build towards better quality content, right? Viewing content, because you guys are sitting here for now 4 hours watching my pixelated self yammer on about various things. And I want to give you guys a good viewing experience as well as a listening experience. So maybe I'll figure out one of these days. I have my camera that I shoot with, but I don't know if I have the right cables and stuff to use it as a as like a webcam sort of thing. Plus, it doesn't allow me to plug my lavalier mic into. Believe that? Believe a camera that doesn't have like an aux cord plug-in. This thing doesn't have an aux plug-in. It's just like a mini USB thing, which for some goofy reason, this lavalier mic that I'm talking into, you can't find an adapter that goes from like aux to mini USB. You'd think they'd make something like that, but I've looked and they don't. But we make do. Make do with what we got. It's not the best and it ain't the worst. The way I see it, right? You guys are sticking around. You guys are champions. Legends. Champions of legend, if we will. Double up on the adjectives. So yeah, please listen to your parents though, Wyatt, because auspicious of hackers and all that kind of stuff. Definitely, they are well within their, and your mom's been on here before too. Anna, like, definitely within their rights, and they have good reason to be concerned. Let me tell you something. I've got videos up here, and I've done live streams where I got swatted. You guys know what swatting is? I got swatted. So if you know about that, and if you know what that is, it ain't nothing to fool with. Very dangerous, very, say scary, but it's very alarming, very disruptive, very stressful. If you want to know what it is, I can tell you, but if you know, then just say yeah, because I'm me, right? I mean, I did what I did. I don't have a whole lot of people on here, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, why me? Why would you do that? But people are messed up, man. Like, people are horrible out there. So your safety is more important than connecting on social media. So definitely pay attention to what your parents are saying. They have every good intention behind that, and I'm supportive of that. So glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're able to do what you do, and we can support you in that. But the internet, man, you ever watch Eric Shervin's stuff, you'll know what he calls the internet. It's Trollheim. It's awful. The internet's an awful place. Now, this isn't awful, right? We're able to have some wholesome time, 4 hours in. Very wholesome, very enjoyable, educational, I hope. It's not all bad, but some of the places that you go, some of the things that you get into can just open up a can of worms that is not worth it. So, yeah. Thanks, Travis. Take care. I'm probably going to end the live stream now that it is, well, I got 2 minutes left to go for the 4 hour mark. So I want to have a 4 hour live stream in the books. So for the rest of you that are sticking around, thank you, Travis. Got about a minute and a half left to go. And then once we hit that 4 hour mark, I'm going to bid everyone else here adieu. So this is now a good time to finish everything up and say thanks for your support. Thank you, Connor, all the way from Ireland, Wyatt Coverdale. What is swatting? Yeah. Swatting is when the cops get called due to a violent crime that's been committed at your place. Somebody finds your either IP address or location or whatever, and they call the local authorities, a 911 emergency, and say that something bad has happened, and then the cops have come in, basically kick the door in, guns drawn, and make a ruckus and tell you put your hands behind your back and do everything but arrest you and investigate. So that's happened to me twice here on this channel. I've got, if you look through my videos, you're going to see me in a blue shirt holding a hammer out like this with the Tiwaz rune on it. You look for that video thumbnail, that explains what I'm talking to you about right here. Go ahead and check it out. It's in my video playlist. Be careful out here, man. Be careful out here on the internet, on YouTube, and just be careful. Definitely mean it. So thank you, Connor. Thank you, Travis. Yeah, VPNs are the way to go. But the thing about it is that when that happened to me, VPN was irrelevant. People are just terrible sometimes. So that being said, Wyatt, Travis, Connor, you guys are still hanging around. We got 8 people here. 4 of you are commenting. John, got some lurkers here who aren't commenting, but whoever is still here, all 8 live viewers, thank you so much for sticking around for the last 4 hours. It has been a wonderful, tremendous time. It almost doesn't feel like 4 hours, guys. Had a great time, enjoyed it. Don't forget, subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you click the bell notifications so that way you're notified every time that I upload new content. Stick around. for more news to come out here on the channel and any of my other social media, which is really at this point just Facebook. But yeah, anything else that comes out here as far as my schedules, be sure that you've got the bell notifications turned on, so that way whenever I post something to my community page section with like an update status or a picture or something, that way you're notified. New video will be coming out this weekend, hopefully, and then we'll see what next week holds. Like I said, I would like to keep a cadence of a weekly live stream here on the channel. So thank you, John, Connor, Wyatt, Travis, Maria Fury, Unknown Survivor. I know you're not here, but everybody who's tuned in over the last 4 hours, you're all wonderful. Really appreciate the support. Awesome. Yeah. Hope to see you on the next live stream too, John. Your support's greatly appreciated. All right, everybody. Don't forget, stay safe out there. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, even if it's not bottled water. Just drink a cup of water for me if you don't mind. We'll see you in the next video. So take care, everybody. Signing off. Bye-bye.